Hey y'all, Scott here, and with the popularity of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it's been somewhat of a trend lately for people to make their own MCU timelines. And hey, I'm a degenerate who loves fanfiction, why don't I take a crack at making my own MCU? Before we begin, let's set some ground rules. So, I don't love the whole phases and sagas being a thing because I feel like it makes things kind of bloated, but we're still going to mostly stick to that structure of like 5 or 6 movies per phase. So we will be doing movies as well as TV shows, but not any of those like one-shot short film things because I don't really see how those are necessary. Apologies to any one-shot fans that are listening. Just kidding, I fucking hate you. And the final rule is that we can use any Marvel hero. So the X-Men, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, it's all fair game. I don't have to make each installment completely different from its real-world counterpart, but it is heavily recommended that I do. And now our final ground rule, and this one really should go without saying, but no crossovers. I want to keep this strictly in the Marvel Universe. I see your skinny ass hiding back there. You can't fool me. Get out! Get out! I really went back and forth on including Ben 10, but at the end of the day, I feel like I can't, because if I did, then this MCU would be just like my children. Illegitimate. And lastly, this isn't really a rule, but more a direction for where I want to take this franchise. I want each movie to be like an hour 45 long, because they don't really need to be like bloated 2 hour whatever. I feel like they can be pretty fast paced, they can be snappy, and I want the costumes to be accurate. And I mean like really accurate. I want them to look horrible. I want them to look like really well made cosplays. Imagine all the gritty, real fight scenes from Captain America Winter Soldier, except he's dressed like this the whole time. But we are going to tone down some of the female outfits because boobies make me nervous. What is the opposite of cringy, self aware Marvel humor? Campy, deadpan Batman 66 humor. I want these to have an almost homemade feel to them. Give it the usual $10 bajillion Hollywood budget, but spend that budget on a bunch of cardboard box robots. There's an interview with Stan Lee from the 70s where he's talking about how people who read Marvel Comics thought that they were meant to be satire. I want my MCU to lean towards parody satire, almost like the joke is that you can't tell whether or not it's meant to be a joke, kind of like Codename Kids Next Door, or Dan Henchnell, or hell, Batman Return of the Cape Crusaders, perfect example of what I'm trying to do. I'm not sure if what I'm trying to say is making any sense. And now, with our boundaries set up, let us begin the new Marvel Cinematic Universe, Phase 1. Our first installment, The Fantastic Four. It will be an origin story focusing on these 4 astronauts traveling into outer space and being exposed to cosmic radiation. However, when their rocket crash lands on Earth, it actually lands in Monster Isle, a mysterious island not on any maps, populated by dinosaurs and prehistoric monsters. The four are then forced to confront their transformations without the aid of any technology or medical equipment. They meet a mysterious man by the name of Harvey Elder who takes them in, giving them food and shelter, but gradually, as the film goes on, he is revealed to be an evil cultist hell-bent on conquering humanity. Harvey sends his pet Giganto to invade mainland New York, and so the FF, now having mastered their powers, spring into action, defeating him. The city witnesses their heroics and they become established heroes. In the very last scene, they're given their uniforms, which I know fans don't really like when the costume is given at the end, but in the original Fantastic Four comics, they actually didn't have uniforms in the first few issues, so I'm willing to let it slide here. I want this movie to feel like 1999's The Mummy, part horror movie, part swashbuckling temple adventure. I want to have an Easter egg where Johnny gets the name Human Torch from the Golden Age version of Human Torch, which he saw on a Captain America baseball card. And I want to have more emphasis on the whole family side of things, kind of like how First Steps did. The whole point of the Fantastic Four is that they're Marvel's first family. That's also why Mole Man became evil, out of isolation and loneliness. Wait. A bunch of people get stuck on an island, and then an ally there is gradually revealed to be evil and insane. This is just the plot of Alvin and the Chipmunks 3. If I had known he'd be into that sort of thing, I would have never let him watch Alvin and the Chipmunks 3. What man watches Alvin and the Chipmunks 3 and doesn't have a life-changing experience? Oh, and of course, you can't have a Marvel movie without an end credits scene. And instead of teasing Doctor Doom or Galactus, I think we'll do something a bit more unexpected. How about instead we tease a certain friendly neighborhood webhead? Which actually brings me to the second movie of the series, The Amazing Spider-Man. Now, when making this timeline, I didn't really think about if any movies would exist prior to it. Like, the Fantastic Four that I just did are kind of supposed to overwrite the 2005 version, and this version of Spider Man is meant to be Andrew Garfield, but I don't really know if he's meant to take the place of Andrew Garfield or Tobey Maguire. So, just to make things simple, we're gonna say, maybe there was one before this, maybe there wasn't, I don't know. I'm going to do this in a way where it could be a reboot or it could be the first Spider-Man movie, so it's going to begin with him already as Spider-Man and then tell his origin through a series of flashbacks that will play out mostly similar to how they did in Spider-Man 1, just a lot more condensed. He'll also have the homemade suit in those flashbacks, and I'm debating on whether or not I should have him start out in the normal suit, not in the flashbacks, or actually have him have the homemade suit in like the first half of the movie and then it gets destroyed after the first fight and then he gets the normal one. I don't know. Either way, I like the homemade suit. I want to see the homemade suit. Oh, and by the way, the main default suit will be the TASM 1 version with the orange eye lens thingies. His friend group this movie will consist of Gwen and Harry. So Gwen already figures out his secret identity before the movie even begins. There's going to be a whole fake out scene where he swings into a room and then takes his mask off, and then she sees him and then pretends to be surprised and then immediately acts mundane. However, they're not in a relationship, not yet anyway. And of course, J. Jonah Jameson has to appear because, like, come on, man, it's Jameson. I think even if the Sam Raimi movie still happened in this timeline, you can't not have J. Jonah Jameson. And I want to include Captain Stacy, but I feel like I don't really have anything for him to do. I mean, I guess I could kill him off in this movie, but I feel like that might be a little too tragic too early on. I might save that for later. Actually, no, screw it. Yeah, I think he can die in this movie. Yeah. Maybe not in the climax, but yeah, he'll still die. Probably before the climax. And as for the villain, I also had some trouble thinking of this also. There's a lot of great places to start with Spider-Man, but I think the perfect villain, the perfect iconic, recognizable, formidable foe for Spider-Man to face in his first movie, without a doubt, Dr. Octopus. As for Dr. Octopus's motivation, I really like the versions where he has a vendetta against Norman Osborn, where he was responsible for the accident that gave him his mechanical arms. He wants to first expose Norman for the fraud and weapons dealer that he is, and then kill him. So throughout the movie, Spider-Man will rescue Norman Osborn over and over again, and also this way we can get Harry involved in some of the action. So the Goblin gear does exist, and it appears as a brief Easter egg, but it hasn't really received its Goblin branding yet. Right before the climax, Captain Stacy is killed, and Spider-Man at his lowest point randomly bumps into the guy that shot Uncle Ben. Peter, of course, considers throwing him off a building and killing him, but in the end decides not to and then webs him up instead. So the final battle is that Dr. Octopus stole this neurotoxin that Oscorp developed, and he's trying to, basically force feed it to Norman Osborn. And so Spider-Man swoops in, saves the day, battles Dr. Octopus, and then he gets defeated, his arms are removed, and he's taken off to prison. So Norman is saved, and initially he seems fine, but then he starts tweaking out and acting all weird, and we don't know it yet, but that's because of the neurotoxin. Gwen stops being friends with Peter and doesn't approve of him being Spider-Man anymore because he let her dad die. Harry, on the other hand, is completely the opposite. He finds out that Peter is Spider-Man and is fully supportive of this. He also finds out that his dad is making and selling weapons, so he actually really wants to work with Spider-Man to help expose his dad. We then get an end credits scene revealing a mysterious room. In fact, you could say it's quite uncanny. Next movie, The Uncanny X-Men. The governments are all like, God, there's so many more mutants. There's rising mutant tensions. What do we do? And then this dude, Bolivar Trask, he shows up and he's like, everyone, I have a solution. Behold, the Sentinels. So the government's going to send these guys into the streets where they'll kidnap and murder tax-paying documented citizens, and oh shit, this is the wrong script. Whoops, that's for something else. This provokes Magneto to begin a mutant rebellion. So Professor X creates the X-Men, which will have the same lineup and uniforms as the First Class variation. But we're gonna take out Angel because he's a pussy-ass bitch and I hate him. We're gonna replace him with Storm because she's cooler, and she's also going to have the same black and yellow uniform as the rest of the First Class team. Fine, if we really want to keep Angel, he can cameo, but only as a normal student and not as an X-Man. Beast is going to go through his whole arc of starting human and then trying to cure himself, only to become furry and blue by the end. But also, we're not going to do the whole he can switch back and forth thing, because that's stupid. If it's really that hard to show him, then just have him be a guy in the chair. If anything, that makes more sense because the whole point of Beast is that he looks like a beast but isn't one, so it makes more sense for him to not be fighting people and biting them and using his claws and shit, because he's not supposed to be biting people and using his claws and shit. Iceman will be introduced as the newbie and youngest member of the group. He'll kinda be set up as the main character, but also not really be the main character. He's also going to be openly gay from the beginning. The actual main protagonist will be Cyclops and Jean Grey, and this movie, and really this entire trilogy, will focus on their relationship. In case you haven't noticed yet, there isn't gonna be a Wolverine. Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants will consist of Mystique, Avalanche, Gambit, Pyro, and Toad. Each X-Man is supposed to fight one member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. I think the matchups are pretty obvious. Iceman versus Pyro, Cyclops versus Gambit, Jean Grey versus Mystique, Beast versus Toad, and Storm versus Avalanche. And in the end, the entire team unite for one final battle against Magneto. Magneto and Mystique escape, still vowing vengeance on humankind. Gambit gets redeemed, but he doesn't join the X-Men. He just kinda goes off and does his own thing. Avalanche just straight up fucking dies, and then Toad and Pyro get sent to jail. Also, the line, "Do you know what happens when a toad is struck by lightning?" Same thing as everything else. We're going to keep that in, but we're also going to have Toad's catchphrase be, "Do you know what happens when a toad blank?" Because that was the entire point of that original line. In the end, the X-Men have a private meeting with Senator Kelly, and he decides to axe the Sentinel program. We then get an end credits scene of scientist Dr. Bruce Banner experimenting with a gamma machine, only for it to go horribly, horribly wrong. Next movie, The Incredible Hulk. I want this to be the quintessential Hulk movie. Have the emotional depth of the 2003 version with the explosive action of the 2008 version. I'm saying these things as if I've recently rewatched either of those movies. This will be an origin movie, so we'll have to retcon/reshoot the original transformation scene. This will mostly be the usual Hulk fanfare. General Ross is angry, Betty gets involved, smash, 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 big explosion. But I want to do something a bit different with this. So apparently, Rick Jones has never actually been adapted into any live-action Hulk movie. Like, I was really surprised when I looked that up. Like, he didn't even get a cameo in the 2003 version or 2008 version. Rick Jones is the type of character who's pretty much done everything, become everything, and had every random-ass gimmick thrown his face, and that's just because the writers have absolutely no clue what to do with him. So I want to bring him in, really make him the heart of this movie, and focus on his relationship with the Hulk. Rick is someone who can both empathize with the Hulk and have a good contrast with Bruce Banner. I find it frustrating when people say stuff like, oh, the Hulk is one-dimensional, he's just some big scary rage monster. It's a common belief that Bruce Banner is a prisoner in his own body, and while that's technically true, so is the Hulk. The Hulk is intelligent, thoughtful, emotional, a complex creature, and I want this movie to be about Hulk and Banner learning to live with each other. But don't worry, there will be plenty of action. It will end with a final battle against a comic-accurate abomination. We will also set up Samuel Stearns as the leader, played by the gorgeous Tim Blake Nelson. The end credits scene then shows us a menacing terrorist group known as the Ten Rings, proclaiming themselves as invincible. Next movie, The Invincible Iron Man. So my version will play out mostly similar to the 2008 Robert Downey Iron Man, but with one teeny weeny itty bitty change. We're getting rid of Stain. I want to focus squarely on the Ten Rings as antagonists, and their leader will be the Mandarin, portrayed similar to how he was in Iron Man 3, just without the whole actor reveal thing. And as much as I like the Makluan rings, we're not going to use them. They're just too damn confusing, and too damn overpowered, too damn ridiculous, and too damn racist. Iron Man will have mostly the same arc, getting captured by terrorists, building the Mark I armor, escaping, and then trying to perfect the armor. And I absolutely love Iron Man's evolution from a douchey frat boy to a noble hero. We're definitely keeping that one in. And we can't forget the co-stars, Rhodey and Pepper Potts. Funny how both their actors went insane and then got into crazy controversies. Thank God RDJ never did anything bad, right guys? The joke is Wait, guys. Technically, that's comic accurate. Just saying. Edwin Jarvis will also appear as Iron Man's assistant and the only person who knows his secret identity. Towards the end of the movie, he will die, and Iron Man will bring him back as an AI. The meat of the movie will be a game of 4D chess between Tony and the Mandarin, but if we still want to have someone for him to punch, we'll also bring in Ivan Vanko, the Whiplash, who will be a henchman of the Ten Rings. In the end, Iron Man defeats Whiplash, sending him off to prison, the Mandarin is killed, and the Ten Rings are still an active organization, though they are smaller and less powerful. The film will end with Tony announcing to the world that he is Iron Man. Also, Hank Pym will make a cameo. In the end credits scene, Tony is visited by a mysterious man who tells him, as if gamma accidents, radioactive bug bites, and assorted mutants weren't enough, I have to deal with a spoiled rich kid that doesn't play well with others. My name is Nick Fury. I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm here to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. Next movie, Captain America: The First Avenger. First Avenger is a favorite of mine. I really love the way they do Captain America's origin, and I also like the 40s aesthetic to everything. But me liking this movie is kind of a problem. One of the main things that I enjoyed about it is how Captain America is the only super being and everyone else is normal. Adding multiple heroes, I feel like would kind of ruin some of the charm of Captain America. But we have to differentiate this from the actual movie somehow, so why not? Let's just do it anyway. The Invaders were a team of heroes that fought Nazis in World War II and were led by Captain America. Though funnily enough, they were never actually introduced in the 40s, their first comic appearance was in the late 60s. First Avenger follows Private Steve Rogers as he undergoes the super soldier procedure, becoming the hero Captain America. And so he's sent to lead a secret squadron of heroes known as the Six American Warriors. I'm calling them that and not the Invaders because it's a much better name. The team will consist of Steve, Namor, Human Torch, Vision, Spitfire, and the Thunderer. Neither Bucky nor Peggy Carter are considered members of the team since they're technically not superheroes. But they'll both still be included, and they'll still be important. Same goes for the Howling Commandos. In fact, let's have a scene where the Howling Commandos rescue the American warriors. Namor being the king of Atlantis will be an important plot point, as at one point the Nazis will attempt to invade the kingdom of Atlantis, and the six heroes have to fight them off. Speaking of the Nazis, there isn't going to be any Hydra in this movie. There is still going to be a Red Skull, but he's going to be a part of the normal Axis powers. Well, mostly normal Axis powers, because they will also be allied with the Chitauri alien race. The Chitauri won't have that big of a role, they're not going to be that important to the story, but I do want them to be scary. Like actually scary and not just generic minions like in the actual movies. So Bucky falls off a cliff and supposedly dies. Human Torch actually dies. And then Vision, maybe he dies. A little undecided on that. We end things off with a final showdown between Cap and the Red Skull. Red Skull is defeated, and of course Captain America is frozen in ice for several decades. He is then unfrozen, left completely confused and befuddled by the modern world, and so the film ends with him saying his iconic line, "Please God tell me women don't have rights here." In the end credits scene, it's revealed that the Chitauri are still active in modern day, only now they formed a new alliance, one quite mischievous. The final film of Phase 1 shall be Avengers Assemble. This one is, at first glance, mostly similar to the real-world Avengers, with Loki taking center stage as the villain and summoning a Chitauri invasion on New York. For years, people have made fun saying, "Oh, every Avengers movie ends with a big CGI army." So, to fix that for mine, I'm going to introduce the Masters of Evil. Now, you might be confused as to why Thor didn't get a movie previously in Phase 1. I will explain that soon. But yes, Avengers Assemble will be the first appearance / introduction of Thor. Because of this, Thor will be getting a bit more focus, but we're not gonna, do a whole lore dump on what Asgard is. We might see it in, a flashback or something. All you really need to know is that, yes, they're Norse gods, and he's there for Loki. That's the only important part. There will also be more focus on Captain America adjusting to the modern world, really being a man out of time. I definitely want to keep the rivalry between Iron Man and Captain America in, but just maybe direct that scene a little bit better. Not many people know this or think about this, but Avengers 1 in terms of cinematography is fucking awful. I'm pretty sure like the cast and crew, the way that they set up like all the cameras and all the sets and shit, like they did it like a TV show, and it really shows because it looks fucking awful. Like I hate it so much. Oh my god, but whatever. I always found Loki's obsession with controlling the Hulk kind of just random in this movie, so in my version, I want it to be a bit more fleshed out. Black Widow and Hawkeye, I'm actually going to retcon. So, Hawkeye was in the Hulk movie as a cameo, trying to hunt him down, but doesn't get a whole lot of screen time. And Black Widow is seen at the end of Captain America First Avenger after he wakes up from the ice. Okay, there. Ant-Man and Wasp will also join the team, and they already have their powers and costumes, they just don't fight crime yet. Mr. Fantastic will also make a brief cameo, shown working in some lab, stretching his arms around the place, writing equations and shit. The rest of the Fantastic Four, along with Spider-Man and the mutants, will be referenced, but mostly very subtly. The Masters of Evil shall consist of Baron Zemo, who wants to exact revenge on Captain America for killing his grandfather, Heinrich Zemo, the leader who freshly mutated since the Hulk movie, Graviton to serve as the heavy hitter, Ivan Vanko will return, but not as Whiplash. Instead, he will be the Crimson Dynamo, a gender-swapped version of Blizzard, the Absorbing Man, Chemistro, who's just kinda there, and of course, Loki as the team leader. All these fuckers are together because Loki sprung them out of jail, and to show some continuity, Pyro will also be an inmate, but he doesn't escape. Now look, I will be the first to admit I actually like the big skybeam trope, okay? I get it, it's very cliche, it's a cancerous phenomenon, so my version won't include it. Instead, it will have the Avengers infiltrating the Shatari mothership and then planting a bomb and blowing it up from the inside. The Cosmic Cube will still be a part of Loki's plan, only it's not an Infinity Stone and Thanos isn't involved. We're going to keep the Iron Man fake-out death scene, only in this version, Ant-Man will shrink down and go inside his heart monitor and fix it, saving his life. Loki is defeated, and so Thor takes him back to Asgard. As for the rest of the Masters of Evil, well, Zemo and Leader escape, still wanting revenge, Chemistro and Absorbing Man are sent back to prison, and Crimson Dynamo, Blizzard, and Graviton are all killed in the final Shatari explosion. And so the day is saved and all is well in the world. The day may be saved, but only for now, because sooner than you think, Doomsday will come. Come? 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 Cummy wummy? Yummy cummies in my tummy wummy? Give Fur Daddy his cummies! Even though Phase 1 is fresh out of movies, we still have a few TV shows to spare. So of course, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to be the first TV show, only my version will be a bit more low stakes. I've never actually seen it, but from what I've heard, it has like time travel and Ghost Rider. It actually has multiple Ghost Riders, I think. So we're gonna be a bit more grounded with my version. Remember Interns of Field, that one TV show Screen Junkies made that like nobody watched? Man, I'm so glad I'm not a part of Screen Junkies. I think if I were affiliated with such a horrible, colossal failure, I'd probably kill myself. Of course, Daredevil, everyone's favorite blind lawyer, will be starring in his own TV series. My version will be more of a 20-minute episodic crime drama, but will still have overarching plots revolving around the Hand and Kingpin. It will have a super stylized 90s intro like that of Spider-Man Unlimited or Batman Beyond. The intro will also depict Matt losing his eyesight, something never actually shown in the series itself. And finally, we have Moon Knight, a magical, mystical series to round things out. My version will be more episodic, use more practical effects, and actually be less supernatural. In this version, he won't be some avatar of the Egyptian gods or anything. He's just actually fucking insane. And Khonshu is also just a schizophrenic hallucination that he's having. None of it's actually real. Moon Knight is basically a guy who happens to hallucinate fake monsters and then one day coincidentally bumps into a bunch of real monsters, and he can't tell which is which, and that's the scary part. I want to do to Oscar Isaac's head what Charlie's grandma did to that sucker. Oh, Bradworth, that's so inappropriate. How could you say something so awful? No, it's not. No, I didn't. I didn't say anything inappropriate. I didn't say anything bad. What'd you think I meant when I said Oscar Isaac's head, huh? What'd you think? Did you think penis? Because that's wrong. When I said Oscar Isaac's head, I meant his head. I want to stick Oscar Isaac's entire cranium into my mouth and go on it. Okay, so to recap Phase 1, we have the Fantastic Four, the Amazing Spider-Man, the Uncanny X-Men, the Incredible Hulk, the Invincible Iron Man, Captain America the First Avenger, Avengers Assemble, and then Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 1, Daredevil Season 1, and Moon Knight Season 1. It is a little crowded, but overall I think I'm proud of it. 10 whole projects in Phase 1 might seem like a little excessive, but I don't know, it seems fine. The only real overarching story was the Chitauri invasion, spanning from Captain America First Avenger to Avengers Assemble. But we'll see as the phases continue on. And now moving on to Phase 2. The first installment of Phase 2 will be Thor the God of Thunder. This will be a prequel explaining Thor's origin story and the events leading up to Avengers Assemble. Most of it will be the same, with Odin getting mad at Thor, then taking away his hammer and banishing him to Midgard, but there will be one major change. When Thor is transformed into Dr. Donald Blake, he loses all his memories of Asgard. And so the film begins with Thor already as Don, and we watch as he discovers his powers and unravels his past. So Jane Foster isn't going to be a scientist in this version, because scientists are so goddamn cliche. She's going to be an EMT, which is, I think, what she was in the comics. Thor will get his powers back pretty early on, and most of the movie will take place on Earth. Thor will battle several mythological creatures throughout the movie, and it'll all culminate in a final battle against that Giga Chad robot thingy. Thor proves his worthiness, and Odin offers to let him return to Asgard, but Thor for now refuses. He needs to stay on Earth to pursue Loki. We then get an end credits scene teasing Amora the Enchantress. Next movie, Hulk vs. Wolverine. Serving as a pseudo-sequel to The Incredible Hulk, Hulk vs. Wolverine pits our not-so-jolly green giant up against everyone's favorite gruff Canadian mutant. One's the strongest there is, and the other is the best at what he does, and what he does isn't very pretty. Going off the assumption there already was an X-Men trilogy before this one in this timeline, that means that Wolverine is just as popular of a character, so the name recognition alone is enough to get people excited for this movie. This is going to be primarily a Wolverine-centric story, but we're not going to go into his origin. Weapon X and all that is going to be hinted, but not really explored. The Hulk supporting cast will return, but have a much smaller role. The reason why Hulk and Wolverine are duking it out in this movie is because it was all orchestrated by the leader, who believes that Wolverine, with his adamantium claws and healing factor, is the only person capable of killing the Hulk. But of course, when this plan flops, the leader reveals his ace in the hole, a genetically engineered creature known as the Wendigo. I think the Wendigo in the comics was supposed to be just like an actual Wendigo, but in my version, it was like experiment. It was a human that was experimented on. You see, Hulk, Wolverine, the Wendigo, and even to some extent the leader all kind of sympathize with each other. They all know what it's like to be experimented on, tortured, hunted down, turned into weapons. They all know what it's like to lose their humanity and become a monster one way or another. I don't want this to be a bunch of monsters pounding each other. I want some actual tragedy. I want the Hulk to actually empathize with the Wendigo and actually calm him down and try to help him through his transformation. The leader is so baffled by the sight of Hulk showing compassion that he ends up letting his guard down and he gets captured and arrested by the military. And in the end, Bruce manages to give Wendigo something that he never had, his humanity again. He makes a successful cure and actually turns Wendigo back to normal. So Hulk and Wolverine now have a mutual respect for each other, kind of like a friendly rivalry. The last shot of the film is the two of them getting ready for their rematch. The end credits scene shows us Wolverine getting recruited into the X-Men. Duh, what else is it gonna be? Next movie, The Spectacular Spider-Man. Harry and Gwen are dating now, and they both know that Peter is Spider-Man, but they don't know that each other knows. Spider-Man is still trying to do his thing and expose Norman Osborn, and in the time since the first movie, he's already fought the Shocker and Rhino. All these new baddies have gotten their gear from Oscorp, which has suspiciously upped its weapons manufacturing. But a new foe has emerged, one that's oddly obsessed with Spider-Man. Peter and Harry suspect that, like the other villains, he bought his equipment from Oscorp. Harry wants to bring down his father, not because it's the right thing to do, but just because his dad is kind of a dick to him, and he likes Peter more than him. Peter and Harry hack into some database or whatever, and they find out that the Goblin's gear wasn't bought from Oscorp, but it was still made by them, so the only way he got it was by stealing it. Little do they know, Norman is the Goblin, and he's acting this way because of that neurotoxin he inhaled. And to throw the audience off, Roderick Kingsley will appear as a red herring. Towards the end of the movie, Harry is also exposed to the same neurotoxin, and he too begins suffering the same effects. Green Goblin sets a trap to discover Spider-Man's identity, and it works perfectly. After finding out he's Peter, he becomes even more obsessed with molding him into a villain. Gwen decides that she likes Peter more because Harry's weird and gross and creepy, and so without telling him, she goes to tell Peter the good news. But before she can, the Goon Goblin catches her and throws her off a building and she dies. And so this culminates in an epic final battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, and then Goblin dies by getting stabbed in the dick? Oh my god, that's actually his fucking dick. Oh. Then Harry walks in right as that happens, and since he's still hopped up on goblin ketamine, he thinks that Peter killed both his girlfriend and his father. And then we get the iconic, "You're a fraud, Spider-Man" moment. The movie ends on a bit of a sad cliffhanger. The city loves Spider-Man, but Peter himself is miserable. At least he's got college to look forward to. End credit scene. Harry is building his own version of the Green Goblin armor when suddenly he gets an email from the foreign land of Latveria. Next movie, Iron Man Armor Wars. Armor Wars is about Iron Man's worst fear. He clicks a fishy email and then the schematics for the Iron Man armor leak to the public. Remember kids, always use a VPN. I'm so fucking upset right now. This just had nothing to do with the video, but I'm just in a very bad mood today. So now Justin Hammer, Obadiah Stane, and even the US government want a piece of the pie. We're also going to do the whole Rhodey betrays Tony and then steals one of his suits arc. And instead of Black Widow appearing, we'll be introducing Mockingbird. Hammer wants Rhodey to be the leader of his army of android robots, while Stane is more of a twist villain. In the end, Iron Man and War Machine team up to battle Stain, who has now become the Ironmonger, and they kill him by combining their repulsor blasts. In the end credits scene, it's revealed that the hacking was perpetrated by none other than Doctor Doom, and this is the first time we actually see Doctor Doom. Next movie, The Astonishing X-Men. We find out that since Hulk vs. Wolverine, Wolverine has actually refused joining the X-Men, and they keep asking him over and over again, and he keeps saying no. Beast and Iceman have been demoted to background characters. Cyclops and Jean are going to be like the protagonists of this trilogy, and they're still important to this movie. They're just not technically a part of the X-Men team anymore. The only OG X-Man that's still a part of the current team is Storm. Maybe, unless she's too overpowered. Speaking of the new team, who even are they? Well, they're comprised of 3 different types of people. Either a background student extra from the first movie, someone who is introduced and established in this movie, or someone who is said to have been there the whole time even though they absolutely weren't. As of now, the team is only Nightcrawler, Colossus, and Rogue. And of course, Wolverine begrudgingly joins the team. Gambit also tags along, even though he still technically, even by the end of the movie, technically doesn't join the team. The primary enemy of the film will be Mr. Sinister. He's very devious, even quite sinister, perhaps. Just like anyone else with white skin, Mr. Sinister believes in genetic superiority. That was a joke, don't get mad. I think the ad speaks for itself. That's what a Nazi would say. In my version, Mr. Sinister is a human obsessed with mutations. He did some science to give himself powers, and he's trying to find the 4 most powerful mutants in the world. But why is he looking for 4 specifically? Well, if you're an X-Men fan, I think you can figure it out. Mr. Sinister is obsessed with mutations. He hates himself for being born a pathetic, weak human, and that's why he does all these experiments to himself to make him just like one of them. Magneto and Mystique, M&M, good ol' M&M, will be making a comeback, only not as bad guys. Now they'll be teaming up with the X-Men to fight against Mr. Sinister. This version of Magneto is growing soft in his old age. It's not really that he wants to genocide humans. Yes, he believes in fighting back against them when necessary, but this is one of those versions of Magneto that really more just wants humans to leave his people alone. Magneto isn't at all a mutant supremacist, because the idea of any kind of genocide kinda goes against his core beliefs because, you know... Mr. Sinister will have his own squad of mutant bad guys consisting of the Juggernaut, Emma Frost, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, Multiple Man, is he one or is he many, Pyro, Psylocke, and Sabretooth. With Sabretooth now introduced, we can show his iconic rivalry with Wolverine, and we can explore the whole Weapon X stuff a bit more. Sinister is obsessed with Jean Grey, as he believes she holds the key to the ultimate mutant power. Angel is then transformed into Archangel and is recruited as the first Horseman. This segment is getting kinda long, so I'm just gonna speed things up. Most of the bad guys in this movie will get redeemed, and then maybe half of them join the X-Men, and then the other half go off to do their own thing. And then, of course, the end credits scene reveals Apocalypse. Next movie, Captain America the Winter Soldier. Captain America the Winter Soldier is about the titular Captain America coming face to face with the titular Winter Soldier, who of course is revealed to be his old pal Buckaroony! This will also be the formal introduction of Hydra. There's going to be a continuity error where it's said that Hydra is a newly formed agency, but also that they were active since World War II. Falcon will be introduced here, except I want to make one minor change. This version of Falcon can shoot quills out of his wings, because I remember in the Superhero Squad show, Falcon could like shoot quills out his wings. And I was like a 6-year old watching that. I thought that was like the coolest shit ever. I was like, oh my god, that's like the coolest thing I've seen in my entire life. And then I found out that's like not really a consistent Falcon power. It's not really like a thing he can do in most versions. And I got really mad. I felt so betrayed. The villain will be Baron Strucker, who will be equipped with his iconic weapon, the Satan Claw, which in this version can absorb people's life force energy, which is also how he's still young and alive since World War II. Arnim Zola will also appear, and he won't get his big robot body or anything, but he will just have a more, I guess, active presence as like an AI. Alexander Pierce will also appear, and he will be a bad guy, but he won't be like revealed to be the big bad. He won't be revealed as anything, not yet. The most important part of this movie is the relationship between Steve and Bucky, so yes, that will be focused on very heavily. My version won't include Batroc the Leaper, as he's kind of lame. I want to replace him with someone a bit more formidable, the Grim Reaper. Black Widow will also be a double agent for Hydra. Or, hold on, would it technically be triple agent? Quadruple agent? Tintuplet agent? That's as far as I can go. One of the things that I like about this movie is how anti-establishment it is. Captain America going against his own country because it's the right thing to do. But, we don't want to be too anti-establishment. We can't have anti-America propaganda in our movie. So that's right, to reinforce that Captain America is a hero of America, we're going to have an extended scene of him having hot, steamy sex with Barack Obama. End credits scene. Zemo attempts to steal the command codes to control the Winter Soldier, only to find that somebody else already did. Next movie, Doctor Strange. This one's just going to be exactly like the actual one. Next movie, Fantastic Four: Rise of the Submariner. This will be the first prominent feature of Doctor Doom, as he teams up with Submariner to form the Deadly Duo. Though we never see it happen, it's revealed that during WWII, the Axis powers destroyed Atlantis, even though America promised they would protect it. So Namor, he's real bitter and angry, and he's been holed up under the ocean, waiting for years to get his revenge. Doctor Doom decides to exploit that grief and pretty much use it to stage a showdown between Namor and the FF. So the Fantastic Four have become professional adventurers, and in the time since the first movie, they've been going on all these expeditions and shit, and so now they're ready to go to Atlantis. And so with them, they take Mole Man, because he already knows how to navigate the area, because he knows, like, underground tunnels and shit like that. So, with all the pieces in place, a showdown breaks out between them. And it turns out Doom's whole scheme worked a little too well, because then Namor ends up cucking Mr. Fantastic. I didn't notice this before, but Mr. Fantastic is in the background screaming, and he looks like the fucking Ash baby. But then it's revealed that Doctor Doom doesn't really care what Namor does or what happens to him, since Namor was never his real goal. What he really wanted was something beneath the city of Atlantis, the fossilized corpse of the beast known as Fin Fang Foom. Doom resurrects Foom, and so the big green monster goes and starts stomping around the city, destroying shit. So Namor and the Fantastic Four are forced into a reluctant allyship to defeat Fin Fang Foom. Mr. Fantastic briefly makes contact with Doctor Doom, and Doom explains his whole motivation and backstory and plans and everything, and how Reed ruined his life and he angry and wants to get revenge and shit. So Doctor Doom pretty much defeats the entire Fantastic Four instantly. He just one-shots all of them. But something happens, I don't know, maybe some like cave is collapsing, and so he ends up having to go. So yeah, pretty much it ends where Doctor Doom escapes and Namor is just like, you know what, I don't really like you guys, but I don't care enough to kill you either, and so he just goes back to being a hermit. And now the Fantastic Four have to prepare for their retaliation against Doctor Doom. This movie will have a bit more world building than the first one did, since now that the Fantastic Four are established heroes, they kind of have like a whole celebrity thing going on. We get introduced to Herbie as well as Alicia Masters, the best character, and then also they have a new model of Fantastic Car, despite the one from the first movie only appearing for like 2 seconds. In the end credits scene, we find out that Sue is preggo, and also every time she turns invisible, the baby doesn't turn invisible with her, so you just see this like just floating fetus walking around ever. It kind of defeats the purpose of invisibility if other people can still tell where you are. Next movie, Ant-Man and the Wasp. Ant-Man and the Wasp focuses on the relationship of Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne. There's some friction between them as Hank wants to remain a normal scientist while Janet wants to use their powers to fight crime. And I don't want it to be just like a one-sided argument. I want both of them to kind of be in the right. And we're going to portray their relationship as actually loving and romantic and not weird and abusive. Sometimes you really shouldn't be comic accurate. The villains will be AIM, the Advanced Idea Mechanics, and their leader, MODOK. Hank and Janet used to actually work for AIM and developed a lot of their technology, but left years ago, long before they ever became supervillains. We get the return of the Grim Reaper, who is now working for AIM, and we also meet his brother, Simon Williams. Simon has a vendetta against Ant-Man because back when they both worked for AIM, Hank wouldn't let him do any of his experiments as they were deemed too dangerous. MODOK uses Simon as a guinea pig for one of his experiments, and he's transformed into a being of pure ionic energy, later dubbed Wonder Man. The film ends in a climactic battle between Ant-Man and Wonder Man, where Wonder Man is seemingly destroyed. Ant-Man feels kinda bad because Simon died and MODOK escaped and AIM is still out there, so he agrees to join Wasp as a superhero and make sure nothing like this ever happens again. In the end credits scene, racked by guilt, Hank promises to never fail to protect anybody ever again, and he will do so by any means necessary. Next movie, Avengers Doomsclay. Happy, happy, happy! The whole world is happy! Doomsday will conclude the building narrative of Doctor Doom's scheme. What is Doctor Doom's grand plan, you might ask? I don't fucking know. I'm not a writer on this shit. I'm just the producer. You think Kevin Feige makes all the Marvel movies? Nah, he just sits around collecting a paycheck while eating the souls of lost orphans. Doctor Doom's plan, whatever the heck it is, involves creating his own team called the Lethal Legion. This Lethal Legion will consist of, oh boy, here we go, Magneto, Dr. Octopus, Juggernaut, Green Goblin, Wonder Man, Mystique, MODOK, Arnim Zola, Rhino, Zemo, Sabretooth, Winter Soldier, Amora, Executioner, Blurring Man, Abomination, Namor. The entirety of the Frightful Four, so that's Medusa, Sandman, Trapster, and Wizard, and I need one more. I need one more. I need one more. 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 Fuck it. Hypno Hustler. Okay, yeah, that was a lot. And the reason why there were so many is because there are going to be a lot of heroes too. The Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, the Core 6 Avengers, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Falcon, War Machine, Mockingbird, remember her, no you don't, shut up, don't lie, and Doctor Strange. As for the X-Men, we'll have Wolverine, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Nightcrawler, and then either Colossus or Rogue. I can go either way. So we've got 21 heroes plus either Rogue or Colossus, so 22. So obviously I have to have exactly 22 bad guys, because there needs to be a 1-to-1 same ratio of good guys as bad guys, because each good guy needs to fight one specific bad guy during the big fight montage, because if there's an odd number, if if they can't do that, then we've established in this universe that the Fantastic Four and Avengers are already pretty well acquainted, but Spider-Man and the X-Men are a bit more reclusive. This is the first time all the groups have made contact at the same time. They form an alliance, an ultimate alliance, if you will. Mr. Fantastic believes Doom is cooking up some big scheme, which, I mean, yeah, he is, duh. So all the heroes decide, you know what, how about we just, like, break into his house and attack him, even though we don't have any proof. So yeah, they all barge into Latveria, they find Dr. Doom, and they fight him, and they absolutely curb stomp him. Like, they kick his shit in. But then they find out that the reason why they beat him so easily is because he was really a Doombot in disguise. But this is what Doom wanted. He lured all the heroes away from home so the Lethal Legion could attack. The Legion is divided into several subgroups based on the powers of each member, and so they're said to attack different locations like the Helicarrier, the X-Manor, and the Avengers Mansion. So the Ultimate Alliance is forced to split apart as all the members go running around like headless chickens as their homes are being attacked. There's no communication in the group at all. With the heroes scattered and confused, Doom is able to easily defeat and capture every last one of them, and then he claims his throne as the king of the world. But then the Lethal Legion start infighting, like, a lot, and so the heroes take the opportunity to escape and save the day, and that's kind of lame. Let's get back to the infighting. Magneto doesn't really like being on a team with a bunch of, Nazis, so he uses his magnet powers to crumple Zola into a ball and kill him. Doc Ock's whole motivation is that he hates Norman Osborn. Why would he hang out with that dude's son? That's just weird. In fact, at one point, Harry's gonna cut off one of Ock's arms and then just like stab him through the chest with it and kill him. Namor is still mad at Doom for manipulating him, Wonder Man hates MODOK for ruining his life, and Enchantress was gonna betray everyone either way! You don't even want to know what Hypno Hustler's beef was. As it turns out, the world never needed the Avengers to save the day. All it needed was left-wing politics. Dr. Doom sends his army of robots to attack, and then Ant-Man remembers, hold on, I've got one of those too, so he reprograms all the Ultrons to be all violent and scary. Dr. Doom is crushed by some falling rubble, and then he dies. With evil vanquished, the heroes all go their separate ways, now with a newfound respect for each other. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver leave the X-Men to join the Avengers. Meanwhile, Hulk actually leaves the Avengers and forms his own group with Namor and Doctor Strange, though this group as of now doesn't have a name. Ant-Man, Wasp, Hawkeye, War Machine, Mockingbird, and Wonder Man all decide to form their own group together, but they don't want to be in the same spot as the normal Avengers. They want somewhere a bit warmer. Before we wrap up Doomsday, one last important thing happens. While in Doctor Doom's lab, Spider-Man encounters a canister of black cum. The cum gets all over him, and his suit turns black. Initially, he thinks it's nanotech, but, it's not. It's black cum. Okay, when I say that it's black cum, I mean, like, the cum itself is black. Like, I'm not saying a black guy squirted it out. I mean, like, maybe he did. I don't know. I don't know where this thing came from. Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to make any assumptions. Like, it is black cum, okay? That's just what it is. And of course, we can't forget about the TV shows this phase. Daredevil Season 2 will premiere, and it will introduce quite a few main players: Punisher, Elektra, and Bullseye. The most hyped episode of this season will be a crossover with Spider-Man, in which the two team up to battle a personal favorite of mine, Mysterio. Mysterio frames Spider-Man, Daredevil is a lawyer, and he's blind so he's immune to Mysterio's illusions. It's a match made in crossover heaven. However, this will quickly become one of the most hated episodes in the entire series, as it was incredibly low budget. The actual Spider-Man actor never appeared on set, so he's just a stunt double the whole time, and every time he speaks it's just a very poorly done voiceover. But you won't hate it. You're gonna love this episode. In fact, it's gonna be your favorite episode of Daredevil, even though you never watched any of the others because they were too adult for you, and this one just kind of happened to be on CBS one day, and then you're gonna grow up, you're gonna go on the internet, and you're gonna see a bunch of like 50-year-old men complaining about how awful and terrible the episode is, and you're gonna understand why they're so upset about it. You're gonna be really confused and mad because how can they not like it? It has fucking Spider-Man, you stupid bitch! Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. will receive a second season in which it will introduce the Inhumans, and there will be an arc about Medusa turning bad since she's supposed to be bad in Doomsday. Moon Knight Season 2 will be quite a hit, being the first appearance of the Mr. Knight outfit, as well as introducing Jack Russell, the Werewolf by Night, and the new big bad, Zodiac. As for newly premiering shows, there will be quite a few, starting with Fanny and the Pack. My version will be mostly like the actual Fanny and the Pack, with the same types of stories and the same style of humor, the main difference being now there are standalone filler episodes between all the important arc episodes. There will also be a crossover episode with Busty Bunny the Bounty Babe, in which Busty Bunny gets pulled through a time portal and accidentally ends up in the Wild Wild West, so Fanny and her gang must help the bunny back to the future. Since it takes place so far into the past, don't be expecting too many connections to the MCU, although there is one main one, as it will set up Rise of the Submariner by introducing Fin Fang Foom as a frozen corpse. Heroes for Hire will be a loose spin-off of Daredevil, starring Luke Cage and Iron Fist. The first episode will be an hour-long special detailing the origins of both heroes and the events leading up to their friendship. It will occasionally feature Punisher as a guest star, but Daredevil will not be appearing, not in Season 1 anyway. Misty Knight will also be very prominent, appearing in most episodes. Since the whole premise is literally heroes for hire, I think Season 1 at least would work a lot better as an episodic series. But if we really want an overarching antagonist, how about Purple Guy from FNAF? And no, I don't mean Purple Man from the Marvel Comics, I mean I want David Tennant to literally play William Afton from Five Nights at Freddy's. The final new release will be Season 1 of Deadpool. A loose spin-off of the X-Men franchise, Deadpool follows mercenary Wade Wilson as he's hired to hunt down people or do whatever it is mercenaries do. Contract killing, that's what they do. I want him to mostly fight just like normal dudes with guns, maybe have someone with powers once every like other episode. There are going to be some references to the main MCU, but we're probably not gonna like use anyone, because if anyone ever interacts with Deadpool, they always die. So probably not gonna have too many guest stars, is what I'm saying. There won't be any fourth wall breaking because it's too confusing, and I like the idea that Deadpool is just actually insane and that he's imagining everything, like he can't actually see the audience. But I do also want to have some like Zombieland style editing because I think that would be kind of fun. A lot of people like really despise the Ryan Reynolds take on Deadpool, and I mean I kind of get why. I'm fine with it, but like Deadpool is such a tricky character to nail down because he's had, I don't know if I'd say he's inconsistent, but like in the comics he's had a lot of different personalities. He's been like a goofball, he's been like a hero, a villain. I think the thing is that like most people think, oh, Deadpool's meant to be like just a jerk, right? He oh, so he's the edgelord, cool, edgy badass who with the raw sense of humor, but like I think in the comics, or at least some of them, he's like meant to be miserable and like depressed, like you're not really supposed to root for him. Is he a genuinely well-meaning hero or a stone-cold villain? Is he a realistic, gruesome psychopath or a brain-dead goofball? Is he just a silly little guy with a kind of mean-spirited sense of humor, or is he a genuinely sadistic maniac who has no regard for sentient life? So whatever, mine's just gonna be like the Ryan Reynolds one, but like not as self-aware. And we can have more powers in this show because the other shows aren't gonna have as many like power stuff. And since he's a hired killer, that actually does give us a good excuse to include lots of different heroes and villains, so we can include as many guest stars as humanly possible. And there we have Phase 2. What if instead of being called Phase 2, what if instead it was called Phase Poo? Oh man, I'm such a riot. I really crack myself up sometimes. Not crap myself. Crack. I was to say crack myself up. Fuck. Look what you've done to me. Look what you and your freaking and your look what your ideology has done to me. You've made me shit myself. Fuck you. Phase 3. Starting things out with a TV miniseries, Spider-Man and the Black Cat. Penis Parker is going off to college, and that's when he begins meeting his new friend group, Ned Leeds and Michelle Jones. Now, I'm going to make a very big change to the lore, and I think some people aren't really going to like this, but I'm going to do it anyway. In my version, MJ will be Black Cat. We could give her the traditional silver hair or go a more New Ultimates inspired route and give her the afro. I do prefer the silver hair, but I think the afro still looks cool. Black Cat is kind of like my favorite and least favorite Spider-Man ally. Most versions of her and her relationship with Spider-Man I really don't like, except for one. There was one version that is just perfect in every way, best character ever, and that is the 90s animated version. 90s Black Cat wasn't a villain or an anti-hero or a thief. She was, full stop, a hero. The way it would often play out is Peter and Felicia are like at school or whatever, hanging out with each other, and then something bad happens, so they both run off separately and then suit up and then meet each other again as Spider-Man and Black Cat, but they don't recognize each other because they don't know the other person's secret. So they work together and they fight crime and they are still very flirty with each other, and it's one of my favorite dynamics in the entire show. I think they only do it for like less than half a season, and I wish they did it for like the entire show. So this miniseries is going to be that same dynamic of them not knowing each other's identities and both being heroes, just in live action. And also Spider-Man has on the black suit because remember he got the black suit last time, so they fight Black Cat's archenemy, the Vulture, aka Adrian Toomes, who is revealed to be a henchman of Tombstone. Toomes working for Tombstone? See, I'm clever like that. Hammerhead will also appear operating as a henchman of Tombstone. He was previously introduced in the Daredevil show working for Kingpin. Peter tries to avoid Ned and MJ since he doesn't want a repeat of his last friend group, but Ned is pretty insistent on hanging out with him. I want this version of Ned to be a bit more serious and not just comic relief all the time. Next movie, Iron Man Demon in a Bottle. So this one's an adaptation of that one comic, what was it called? Oh man, what was it called? It's on the tip of my tongue. I was thinking about it earlier, but oh whatever. It's the one where Iron Man becomes a crippling alcoholic. That one. It's an adaptation of that one. Tony was already something of an alkie before becoming Iron Man, but the stress of having to deal with all this crazy shit all the time is pushing him even further towards his addiction. On top of that, his arc reactor is poisoning him, and putting alcohol in your body isn't really going to help when you're already being poisoned. Ezekiel Stane, the son of Obadiah Stane, vows revenge on Iron Man for killing his father, so he releases the Extremis virus, which transforms people into monsters. Ezekiel injects himself with the most advanced version of the Extremis virus, transforming him into Technovore, portrayed similar to how he was in the Iron Man Rise of Technovore anime. With no options left, Tony is forced to take the extremist formula, transforming him into a almost cyborg-like being. Not only that, but his heart is now completely healed, meaning he no longer needs the arc reactor. So moral of the story, if you have an addiction, replace it with an even worse addiction. Can't stop eating donuts every day? Simple, just inject black tar heroin directly into your veins, you'll be fine. Next movie, Namor. Just called Namor. Hey, you paying attention? This is gonna be important. His whole team up with Hulk and Doctor Strange didn't last very long, as the group couldn't agree on a whole lot of things. But that doesn't really matter, cause dude's got his priorities straight. He's collecting survivors of the Old Kingdom and trying to build a new Atlantis. Namor reunites with his long-lost cousin Aquarius, and the pair work together to find more stranded Atlanteans. Somewhere along the way, they both start thinking to themselves, hey, wait a minute, why is my cousin kinda hot? And then I think you can guess where they go from there. We are introduced to Atuma, a different Atlantean survivor and the antagonist of the film. Atuma wants to overthrow Namor and be the one true king of New Atlantis. He hates Namor not because he's a failure, or because he's weak, or because he's sided with surface dwellers. No, it's actually the incest. You see, Namor wants to make incest legal in New Atlantis, and Atuma, he ain't really about that. He's very anti-incest. In other words, he's a fun killer who just won't let people enjoy things, and he needs to be punished. Next movie, Thor: The Dark World. This version will be mostly like the actual Thor: The Dark World, but with two main changes, the first being Malekith. Make him more comic accurate. And by comic accurate, I mean I want him to be more of a gleeful psychopath. Malekith is basically Loki if he stopped holding back. I want him to be more gleefully sinister instead of just a walking cardboard cutout. And the second change I want to make is please keep Earth away from this movie. Earth is such a boring location and they always keep going back to it. Have it be Thor, Loki, and Jane going on a voyage through the Nine Realms. And make them colorful, make them interesting. Don't just have it be a bunch of barren wastelands all the time. Okay, I know that technically Earth is one of the Nine Realms, but like, you know what I mean. Next movie. So West Coast. It's a goddamn shame I'm waking up underneath sheets, naked, still sweating. Slept in late so everybody else is ready. My friend called up, he said, hurry up, buddy. It's almost sundown already. So I hopped up, I ate some pasta, and I gave my mom hugs. I'm thinking, tonight is gonna be a pretty nice night, but pretty everything, right? The West Coast Avengers are that group of heroes that formed way back at the end of Doomsday. Remember Hawkeye, Wonder Man, Mockingbird, War Machine, Ant-Man, Wasp? And also newcomer Tigra. Funny how her most, notable appearance was in fucking Chip and Dale. And for extra authenticity, she'll be played by an actual live tiger that will just roam around the set and do whatever it wants. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Now, has anyone seen Don Cheadle? I haven't run into him in a while. The main antagonists will be the Wrecking Crew. Now, most of the time, the Wrecking Crew are treated just kind of as a joke, a gag, but I want to make them a bit more tragic. So in this version, they're really not bad guys, they're just being manipulated by Grey Gargoyle. Grey Gargoyle normally has the power to petrify people, and in this version he has a vaccine that can undo it. So basically he stoned one of the Wrecking Crew and told the rest of them, hey, if you don't do crimes for me, I'm gonna smash your friend to bits. And sometimes he would unstone that guy just to stone a different member of the Wrecking Crew and go, alright, now get back on it, do more crimes for me. It's less that they're evil and more that they just follow Grey Gargoyle's orders blindly because they're afraid of what he can do to them. I think Wonder Man will be the main protagonist, as he does have the most going on. You know, him and Ant-Man are chill now, but there is still some distrust between them, as they were enemies before. He tries to become an actor as a part of a little side hustle, and at the same time he and Tigra start to develop a relationship. About halfway through the movie, the Avengers come in contact with Grey Gargoyle, who petrifies Mockingbird. During the final battle, he begins petrifying them more one by one, until Wonder Man and Tigra remain. However, they are rescued by the Wrecking Crew, who are now brave enough to stand up against Grey Gargoyle. They get the vaccine and turn everyone back to normal. They even use the vaccine on Grey Gargoyle, which takes away his petrification powers, basically making him a normal guy. So, yeah, they save the day. Hip hip hooray. The West Coast Avengers save the day. I don't know when it will happen, but West Coast Avengers marks the beginning of the signs that Ultron is secretly evil and that he's hatching some kind of scheme. Next movie. Return of the Justice League. You heard me right, the Justice League. In this timeline, Disney didn't need to buy Fox, so instead, they bought all of Warner Brothers. It will violate several antitrust laws and further the ecological destruction of the world, but hey, at least Captain America gets to suck Green Lantern's cock. And you're gonna eat it all up, won't you, you little piggy? That's right. Gulp it all down. And now oink for me. Oink for Daddy. It all began at the annual Avengers Mansion orgy, when suddenly, in a flash of light, the Justice League appear. And of course we get the obligatory heroes get confused and fight scene, because as crossover law states, if you don't have an obligatory heroes get confused and fight scene, you will get executed. So remember when I mentioned Captain America sucking Green Lantern's cock? You thought that was just a one-off gag, but there's actually lore relevance to it. You see, Cap became pregnant and he gave birth to a little homunculus that started going, "Stop fighting! Hello, Daddy, hello, I love you, hello, Daddy!" The Justice League notice how there are people in places that they remember but seemingly don't exist anymore. The Avengers suggest, oh well, maybe you're just from an alternate universe or some shit like that. But the Flash debunks this theory, as because he can check vibrational frequencies or whatever, he notices that the Justice League and the Avengers have the same vibration, they have the same vibes, so they have to be from the same universe, but that still just doesn't make sense. But just then, out of nowhere, suddenly, Dr. Manhattan appears in all of his big blue glory with his ding-a-ling hanging out. And this is the same version of him from the live-action Zack Snyder Watchmen movie, specifically that one. So we find out that the MCU was actually originally the Snyderverse. Dr. Manhattan entered their universe and basically one-shot murdered the entire Justice League. After that, John would travel back in time to the 1940s and erase the Justice Society of America from existence. The universe itself retaliates by creating Captain America and the American Warriors as a replacement. So the League and the Avengers team up to battle Dr. Manhattan, and of course they get absolutely bodied. Then, just for shits and giggles, Dr. Manhattan goes back to the 40s, before Steve Rogers got the Super Soldier Serum, kills him, and then gives the serum to the Axis powers. The Avengers are all erased from existence, but since the Justice League are technically already temporal anomalies, they're fine. In the new reality, the people I'm not allowed to mention on YouTube now rule the Earth, and the world is dominated by a fascist group known as the Seven. The only heroes left are a ragtag group known as the Freedom Fighters. So the League and the Freedom Fighters team up to battle the Seven, and they proceed to get slaughtered by everyone, except for Superman. Superman is the last man standing. Just when Homelander is getting ready to finish off Superman, Dr. Manhattan goes, "It was just a prank, bro," and then resets everything again. In the new universe, the Justice League, Avengers, Justice Society, American Warriors, Freedom Fighters, and even the Seven all now exist together, and they all remember existing since the beginning. We get a montage of scenes from previous movies showing that the Justice League were really there all along. They were always either just slightly off-screen or further blurred in the background. Superman is the only person who remembers both timelines. He's also the only one that knows that the Seven is secretly evil, but he just can't prove it yet. Me, me, me. If you're wondering what happened to Dr. Manhattan, I think he just left. He just, like, showed up, fucked their whole timeline, and then dipped. Then we're gonna re-release all the old movies on DVD, only now with DC heroes lazily green screened into the background, and we're going to add AI-generated dialogue of the heroes talking to each other, and the whole thing's gonna cost 5 times more than a normal DVD set because... capitalism! Next movie, Spider-Man Threesome. So we get to see more of the relationship of the threesome, and that's their name now, that's official, that's canon now, they're called the threesome. Here, the black suit is meant to be more of a metaphor for drug addiction. Peter starts cutting back on it. He knows it's powerful, but he just suspects there's something about it that's wrong. Harry is still out for revenge because he literally just cannot let it go, so now donning a more Hobgoblin-inspired look, he forms the Sinister Six. Obviously, Hobgoblin will be the leader, but the group will also have returning antagonists, the Vulture and Mysterio. Shocker would attempt to use bootlegged version of his gauntlets, and they would explode, permanently transforming him into Electro. Mac Gargan, a thug that Spider-Man defeated in one of the previous movies, is now transformed into the Scorpion. And finally, Sandman is here also, because back in Doomsday he was defeated by Spider-Man, so the Wizard kicked him off the Frightful Four, and without Wizard's paycheck he couldn't get, like, medicine for his sick, dying daughter or whatever, I don't care, and now he wants revenge on Spider-Man. Throughout the movie, Spider-Man will alternate between the black suit and the red and blue suit, and the real reason why is just because it'd be such a missed opportunity to have him fight the Sinister Six and not wear the classic suit. Peter is still having trouble bonding with his friends after, how his last friend group turned out. The breaking point comes when Spider-Man finds out that MJ is really Black Cat, which causes him to relapse and put on the black suit again. So Spider-Man angrily fights the Sinister Six, and they stab him in the chest, and then he dies. So they bury him alive and throw a huge party to celebrate their victory. But then the symbiote resurrects him, healing his wounds, bringing him back from the dead, and he claws his way out of the ground. So Spider-Man comes back and he hospitalizes the entire Sinister Six all in like one go. Then Harry says the iconic, "What are you gonna do? Kill me like you killed my father?" And then Spider-Man is like, "Oh wait, did I leave the oven on?" So he rips off the black suit and gets rid of it. But then the Chandragupta gets all over Harry because it's attracted to his hatred of Peter and Spider-Man, so he turns into Venom. So the two have an epic final battle, and then during it, a cell tower collapses, crushing Venom, seemingly killing him. And later, when Spider-Man goes to look for his body, he can't find any remains. He can't even find any remains of the symbiote. He's just completely gone. But right before Harry vanished, he saw a vision of a strange man calling to him. Peter actually reveals to MJ that he's Spider-Man before his final battle with Venom. In the end, the two decide to have a relationship because, unlike Marvel, I'm not just gonna keep Spider-Man miserable all the time. Next movie, Captain America: The Last Avenger. So one day, Captain America was partaking in his favorite pastime, Gex Enter the Gecko for the PlayStation, when suddenly, Kang the Conqueror appeared before him. So Kang says, "I'm from the future, and I've seen the future because I'm from it. And in the future, everything gets destroyed and erased from existence. And the only way we can stop all this is if I ruled the world, and if everyone in the world was my best pal, and they all showered me in gifts and smooches, and they were all my best friends, and also my servants. So if you do that, then everything will be fine." Then Captain America says, uh, um, I don't know, probably some cool one-liner. I'll get my ghostwriter to think of something. And then he attacks Kang and then destroys his time machine, which causes a big explosion of time energy. Then Cap wakes up, transported to an alternate dimension, a place called Raldy's Crack House. And then Raldy shows up, and then he starts going,
Don't eat ass in the halls. Don't eat ass in the halls. Don't eat ass in the halls.
just kidding. And then Cap is like, oh no, my one weakness, ass consumption. Cap is caught by Roldy and sent to detention, which is depicted as a giant dungeon, the detention dungeon. There he befriends his fellow cellmate, Pinto Beans. The pair hatch a scheme to escape detention, which proves to be successful. However, they're caught by Chipfloke. They offer him not a banana. Why do I keep saying banana? It's like the fifth take I've had to do this. They offer him a donut in exchange for their release, which he takes the donut, only to then sound the alarm anyway, the backstabbing moiterer. Pinto Beans explains to Captain America that the only way they can escape from Raldy's crack house is through a portal in Raldy's vault, and the only way to get there is by answering all the questions hidden around the school. So basically, most of the movie is Captain America running around a high school, grabbing shit and talking to people and going on fetch quests like he's Phil Eggtree or something. At the end of the movie, they make it into Raldy's vault, and Captain America is like, we did it, Pinto Beans. We finally made it to the end. And then Pinto Beans says, yes, Captain, this is the end. The end for you! And then before that, Pinto Beans is like, ha, you fool! I was evil all along. And then Captain America says, what? No! Why? That's so mean. I thought you were my best friend. I thought you were my friend. We were gonna go to summer camp together. And then Pinto Bean says, this summer will be summer camp, bitch. And then shoots him in the chest. And Captain America falls through the wormhole, but once he reaches the other side, he realizes, wait a minute, I'm not dead. And then he's like, of course, my shield, it was in my front pocket the whole time, and it deflected the bullet. I didn't say this earlier, but throughout the movie we're going to alternate between two different perspectives. There's Cap, who's trying to escape the crack house, and then the Avengers back in the normal universe who are fighting Kang and stopping his invasion, and everything is happening in sync. So the Avengers are fighting Kang, and they defeat him right as Captain America is leaving the crack house. So you're thinking, oh, so they're done with Kang, now he's gonna pop up next to them, right? Well, no, that doesn't happen. And the Avengers are surprised by that also. They're like, that's weird. Why hasn't Captain America come back yet? So we flash back to Captain America's perspective. When he goes through the wormhole, he arrives in the right universe, but it's this destroyed, post-apocalyptic, empty landscape. We find out that time works differently in Raldy's crack house. Every hour you're there is a whole 10 years in the normal universe. So when he comes back, 60 years have passed, which is poetic since he was stuck in the ice for 60 years also. And of course, the cherry on top, Ultron is the ruler of the Earth. Man, I sure love DA games. What a great guy. What a stand-up citizen. He really is my kind of man. Next movie, Hulk, Red Rage. The leader concocts a scheme to exact revenge on both Hulk and General Ross, so he poisons his Ozempic, transforming him into Red Hulk, or as I like to call him, Chewed Bubblegum Hulk, because he looks like a big wad of chewed bubblegum. This version of Red Hulk can absorb gamma radiation, so the plan is for him to fight the normal Hulk, absorb his radiation, turning him back into a normal guy. Meanwhile, Ross becomes the very same monster he sought to destroy. So this way, Leader can, wipe out both his enemies in one fell swoop. Leader, despite his big brain, is a gigantic dumbass. He just created a big angry rage monster that can absorb gamma radiation, that hates him, and his head is pumped full of the crap. So, of course, immediately, Red Hulk grabs him and then slurps all the radiation out of his brain, causing it to shrink back down, turning him into a normal guy again, and then Red Hulk snaps his neck, killing him. Red Hulk goes on a rampage, and then by accident he kills his daughter Betty. So this means we won't be getting any Red She-Hulk in the MCU. I mean, yeah, there's like a bunch of characters running around. We really don't have enough room for her. God, I want her to step on me so bad. So Hulk and Red Hulk engage in an epic battle. Red Hulk attempts to siphon the gamma energy from Green Hulk, causing him to transform into Grey Hulk. Not Joe Fixit, more loosely based on the concept of Grey Hulk. If anything, he's closer to Professor Hulk, being Bruce's mind in Hulk's body, except this time he's grey. Bruce can still hear Hulk's voice in his head. His persona is there, but it's getting weaker. And every time he encounters Red Hulk, a little bit more of his gamma energy is sapped away. And Grey Hulk keeps shrinking, getting weaker and weaker, while Hulk's voice grows quieter. Bruce realizes there's only one way he can defeat the Red Hulk. He lures him into a trap, the very same machine that turned him into the Hulk all those years ago. The two Hulks engage in their final battle. Red Hulk begins draining more of Grey Hulk's gamma energy. He shrinks back down into Dr. Banner, and Green Hulk's voice completely vanishes from his mind. He is gone. Just then, the gamma machine activates yet again. It explodes and both, well, I was going to say Hulks, but one of them isn't Hulk anymore. Both of them get bathed in more gamma radiation. Red Hulk absorbs so much that he becomes overloaded. He ends up exploding, and he basically loses the power to absorb gamma radiation. Now he has the power to catch on fire. Instead of getting stronger with rage, rage makes the Red Hulk hotter. Red She-Hulk's powers don't work like that, since she's already smoking. It's then revealed that Green Hulk was restored, but now he's permanently in Hulk form. Bruce Banner has vanished completely. Hulk, upon realizing Banner is technically dead, he goes into one of the biggest fits of rage he's had since his own creation, and he battles Red Hulk in this big, climactic, chaotic showdown. Hulk realizes Red Hulk's weakness. He begins rage baiting him, which causes him to grow hotter, and soon he collapses like a nuclear core. The movie ends on a pretty sour note, with both Hulks being captured by the military. Since Red Hulk is technically still General Ross, he's allowed to be kept in prison, but Green Hulk, since he's fully Hulk now, the government doesn't trust that he can control himself, so they shoot him into space. But as the scientists catapult Hulk through the stars, one of them looks through a telescope and they see something else lurking in the solar system. Something big. Like, really big. Next movie, Fantastic Four: The Coming of Galactus. Galactus approaches the Earth with a big appetite and an even bigger everything else, and he grants the Earthlings 6 days to get their affairs in order before he destroys them. With only 6 days, the FF try to figure out a plan to save the Earth. Mr. Fantastic tries to build a time machine to save Captain America from the future. It goes wrong, and instead he builds basically a normal teleporter. And then we get the whole "we have to move Earth out of the way into another universe" plotline, which of course that, doesn't work, but still. Wakanda will make its first appearance, deciding to reveal itself to the world and send aid to other countries in the wake of the Galactus invasion. Black Panther himself will appear physically, however we won't see his face, nor will we ever find out that he's from Wakanda. It's presented as Prince T'Challa and Black Panther are both just happened to be in New York that day, and they're like, "Oh my god, T'Challa, is that you? Literally, Black Panther just left the room like 1 second ago." I know, I said hi to him on the way out. Wow, what a coincidence. Hey, pay attention. Norrin Rad will appear as the Silver Surfer, and Alicia Masters will convince him to rebel against his master Galactus. In the end, Galactus is defeated by Bebe Billy. Next movie, Black Panther. This one is going to be mostly like the actual Black Panther, with a few key differences. King T'Chaka hasn't been killed off yet, so the opening scene of the movie will be him getting murdered by Claw and Killmonger. Mainly Killmonger. And Claw, instead of just being some guy, he'll wear his iconic red leotard. Oh, also, did you know that Claw is made of sound? Yeah, he's like a bunch of sentient sound in a containment suit. Only the containment suit doesn't look like a containment suit, it just looks like a red leotard. Oh, wait, how can sound be alive? Sound's not. How the hell does that even. I'm starting to think this isn't very realistic. During the final finale, T'Challa does his best Goku impression and he starts going like, ha, 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 and then he like late 90s CGI animorphs into a really ugly looking CGI like panther spirit thing. And then he defeats Killmonger by eating him. He just swallows him whole in his panther form. Remember how Killmonger had like a really tragic backstory and was really sympathetic, and his death was really like emotional and heartfelt? Nope, here he just gets gulped down by a big tiger, just swallowed up. Well, what happens whenever T'Challa turns back into a human? Is Killmonger still in his stomach? Is he like unclear? Unclear. It's all unclear. And throughout the movie, pretty much everyone T'Challa meets, probably mostly his mom, they're gonna keep repeating to him, T'Challa, T'Challa, the power of the panther within. You have to control the panther within, the panther power within T'Challa. What is it? I don't actually know, or maybe I do know. But I'm just being really vague about it for some reason. It's the power. You have to master. You have to control the T'Challa. You have to control the panther. You can control panthers, but only one singular panther. And it's the one inside you. And every time that happens, there's gonna be a bunch of like flashes of like skulls and panthers prowling around the wilderness, and it's like that's foreshadow. Oh wait, what? Uh huh. Uh huh. Oh. Oh, okay. So I just got word that I wasn't actually supposed to show you that since Black Panther got canceled. In fact, every project in the MCU with a black lead character was canceled. You know, the fans and the executives tend to butt heads, but if there's one thing we can all agree on, it's our mutual hatred of minorities. Next movie, Doctor Strange 2. We're gonna play a fun game. Instead of actually doing this one, I'm just gonna say, what do you think this one is? Just close your eyes and imagine. What do you think Doctor Strange 2 is? And whatever that is, that's probably what this one is. See, isn't that strange? Isn't that magical? Ooh. Next movie, Black Widow. Black Widow decides, this whole superhero thing kind of sucks. I want to go back to being an assassin. I got to kill people. That shit was way cooler. So she goes back to the Red Room and then applies to be an assassin again. Kinda eerie how the group that trained her is called the Red Room, and in the real world, there's the whole kind of myth about like internet, dark web, live stream Red Rooms where people are tortured and killed. Yeah, stuff like that used to like really creep me out. That old kind of like deep web internet stuff. Back when I used to watch Mutahar. You know what? Screw it. Mutahar's gonna be Black Widow's sidekick in this movie. He's her guy in the chair. Obvious twist is obvious. The Red Room is revealed to be evil, but also it's revealed that Black Widow is actually a super soldier. She's actually the prototype for Taskmaster, who in this version is Anthony Masters. But then it's revealed that Taskmaster himself is actually the real prototype, as he is just the beta version of the real final super soldier, the Super Adaptoid. Dreykov, the leader of the Red Room, has actually taken MODOK's dead body and reprogrammed him to be his servant, but then it was revealed that this was all actually part of MODOK's plan, and he double-crosses Dreykov, then uploads his mind into the Super Adaptoid body. So Black Widow and Taskmaster have to team up to take down the MODOK-controlled Adaptoid. MODOK is seemingly destroyed, so Black Widow and Taskmaster go their separate ways. The end credits scene teases the Winter Guard. Next movie, K-pop Demon Sinners. K-pop and blues. They're both great on their own, but wouldn't they be better together, just like chocolate and steak? As the name suggests, this one will be a crossover between K-pop demon hunters and sinners. Now, I'm not going to say the original movies are part of the MCU, so are they? Is it canon to both of them? Probably not. I'm leaning more towards no. I guess if you want to go with that interpretation, you can. They both teach us a very important life lesson, that being the same life lesson, which is only the power of music can destroy the beast. Now, the musicians in Hunters and the musicians in Sinners have very similar powers, and by similar, I mean they have powers. They're both music based, and that's about where it ends. But you know what? That's good enough for me. We don't not see them do all the same stuff, so hypothetically, they could do all the same stuff. We're going to focus on Zoe because I feel like she got the least amount of attention in the original movie. She gets an email from the Columbia Record Club asking her to become a solo musician. We already did the whole one person has to keep a secret from the rest of the group thing in the first movie, so we're going to avoid that. Instead, almost immediately, this gets outed and the rest of the group finds out that she's leaving and going solo, and they're starting to worry that this will tear Huntrix apart. Zoe herself is really the only one undecided about this. She's mostly conflicted. Rumi is pretty supportive of her and is like, I think you should take the opportunity. This isn't going to happen. This is a once in a lifetime chance. While Mira is more like, no, you can't leave. The group needs you now more than ever. So they're doing their big performance. There's a lot of tension within the group. It might be their last big show as a trio together. But at the same time, there is a blue moon, a mystical, magical blue moon that begins amplifying their music powers. In Sinners, they kind of loosely maybe had the power to not really time travel, but like kind of mess around with time. So going off the assumption that Huntrix has the same abilities, their amplified music powers by the blue moon causes them to literally time travel and be sent like a bunch of years into the past. So they end up landing next to Smoke at the end of the movie during his big shootout with the clan. They all immediately get riddled by bullets and die. The end. Just kidding, they're not really dead. If you're wondering how were they in Korea and then they got warped into Mississippi, it's because the Earth is rotating. I don't fucking know. So they find out that that blue moon thing is happening again tonight, and it's their only opportunity to reopen the time portal. And so that's kind of the main bulk of the movie, that it's Huntrix trying to make the perfect song so they can get back to the future. I don't want to undo the ending of Sinner, so there's going to be a lot of loose ends that are kind of intentionally left hanging. We never see Sammy again. We never see the vampirized stack. I think a lot of that should, stay how it is. We could bring back the Native American vampire hunters, although, speaking of vampires, it will be revealed that they're actually a subspecies of demons, since they're both kind of like a virus that infects people and then turns them into a monster. It doesn't completely, erase your personality and make you all evil. It more so is either like a hive mind, or it overwhelms you with so much pain that you just don't even try fighting your evil desires. A deeper theme of the movie, I guess, could be losing everything, since everyone Smoke knew died in like one night. Meanwhile, Huntrix, not only is their band about to disband, but now they're literally stuck in the past and their entire lives are gone. They, just like him, are about to lose everything. The main bad guy of the movie will be Guima, who in this is portrayed more as like a traditional looking demon, or I guess a more traditional looking Korean demon. And at the end of the movie, whenever they defeat him, they destroy his physical body, which is why he looks like that big emoji movie firewall looking thing. Aside from the obvious demons and vampires, Guima's main henchmen of the movie will be Rude Boy and the Scotastics. So Huntrix, the Native Americans, and maybe some other blues musicians, they do a big band performance together and that saves the day. But the Blue Moon is like a second off. It ends like a second before they can finish, so they're not able to reopen the time portal, so now they're stuck in the past. So in the end, Huntrix is stranded in the past, and they're like, you know what? It doesn't matter because we're all still together. We're still a team. We're still a family. And if we have to make a new lives for ourselves here in the past, then that's exactly what we'll do. So it seems like the movie's going to end on a sad note, and then just before it does, Kang the Conqueror appears and he says, Demon Hunters, your services are required. You must help me. Oh, shit. He doesn't say that part, but he's like, you have to help me save the universe or whatever. Now, interestingly, this is not how the movie was supposed to end. Originally, they were going to be rescued by Busty Bunny, but at the last second, it had to be changed to Kang for a very stupid reason that makes me really fucking angry. But we'll get into that when it's relevant. Next movie, X-Men Excalibur. This one will adapt the Krakoa storyline. Apocalypse will have a bigger role this time around, but he's still not quite the big bad yet. This also marks the beginning of Jean's transformation into the Phoenix. Not Dark Phoenix, just Phoenix, because I think technically there is a difference. Phoenix is good. Hey! Do I have to keep telling you? Pay attention! The true main antagonist of the film is Sebastian, who, instead of being created from Nimrod, he's actually created from a piece of Ultron from the future. Time for my least favorite part of every X-Men movie. The let me list off all the new members segment. Magic, Sunspot, Jubilee, Warpath, Chenzorn. There, I'm done. Laura X-23 will also appear, but initially as a bad guy. She was created/hypnotized by Sebastian. I'm getting lazy, so let's just get on to the finale already. Next movie, Avengers: The Age of Ultron. I don't care where, but I want a scene where Black Panther is talking to Smoke, and he's like, "Hey, you look familiar. Have I seen you before? I've never met you, so you might be thinking of my twin brother. He's actually an immortal vampire who's been running around throughout all of history. Have you met any immortal vampires lately? That was probably him." No, I don't think I have. So Ultron is of course the main bad guy, and I just realized I spent all this time building up the future Ultron. I never built up the present day Ultron, so like the heroes don't even know he exists yet. So now I have to explain that and god, making movies is hard. Ultron has his own squad of robots consisting of Nimrod and the Adaptoid MODOK. A scientist named Herbert Wyndham is terrified of the mutants and believes that they'll one day destroy the Earth, so he builds a gene bomb meant to cleanse the X gene, turning them into normal humans. Ultron kidnaps the professor and argues that mutants aren't enough. They need to do more. They have to cleanse the powers of all super beings, no matter where their powers come from. The professor reluctantly agrees and begins retooling the device. He quickly realizes that Ultron isn't planning on nullifying all the superpowered beings, he's planning on killing them. That way Earth will be defenseless against his robot army. When the professor resists, he is roboticized and turned into the High Evolutionary. Ant-Man realizes what's going on a second too late, as Ultron has hacked into the communicators of every hero, ambushing every super team, destroying each of their bases. He successfully kidnaps the entirety of the West Coast Avengers. You made me, Hank Pym, and you made my existence miserable. Now I will exact my revenge by fucking your wife. Even though she's technically my mom. I'm going to bang my own mom now. Wasp is then roboticized and turned into Joe Costa. Wonder Man is... Fuck. I just hit my elbow. Shit. Anyway, what... I can't use that take now. Like, I can't, right? Whatever. Wonder Man is... shit, I'm so fucking tired. I just got out of the shower. Wonder... Just say the line already. Fuck. Wonder Man is also roboticized and turned into Vision. I can do that better. Wonder Man is also roboticized and turned into Vision. There. Ultron designed these pair anatomically correct for a reason, as he plans to download his mind into Vision's body so he can plow Wasp. I'm gonna go inside him, then I'm gonna go inside her. Get it? Unfortunately for Ultron, the download would take pretty much the entire day because thanks to somebody, RAM cost $500 now. The Justice League and the X-Men team up to put a stop to the gene bomb's activation. However, they're a second too late. It is then revealed that Ultron didn't actually know how to make the bomb kill superpowered beings, but he did figure out how to make it amplify their abilities. The Justice League, X-Men, and pretty much everyone in all of Manhattan were turned into mutant, feral, superpowered monsters. Ultron's plan is basically to turn all the humans into savage hyper-mutants, that way they all kill each other, and then through natural selection, Earth will be his. But for now he needs to worry about widening the range of the gene bomb so he can fire it off again and affect the entire planet. Ultron transforms Ant-Man into a little pink blob and keeps him as his court jester. He makes sure that Ant-Man's brainwaves are undamaged, that way he's still alive and sentient while stuck in this body. Luckily, before the bomb went off, Kang the Conqueror appeared and put a force field around the main Avengers team, protecting them from the blast. Genuinely, who the fuck even are the Avengers at this point anymore? Let me think. Ron Jeremy, Iron Man, Black Widow, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Falcon, Captain Flint, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, Thor, the K-pop Demon Hunters, Elijah Smoke, and Kang the Conqueror acting as a guy in the chair for the whole team. The heroes have to fight through hordes of zombified heroes and villains, all while being pursued by Ultron's Sentinel Legion from the future. And I want a scene where the mutated Superman gets into a scuffle with MODOK and then tears his head off, killing him. Kang explains that his future was originally supposed to be the only future. It wasn't until Dr. Manhattan screwed with everything that multiple timelines were created. In one of these timelines, Ultron ruled the world, and he sent Nimrod back in time to ensure that future would be the only outcome. The Avengers discover that the only reason Kang wants to fix the timeline is so he can go back to being ruler, but he argues that he should be ruler since his timeline was the only one that was prosperous. Captain America finds the survivors of the future and rallies them together. The final battle is intercut between Cap and the rebels fighting the future Ultron, with the Avengers and Kang in present day fighting the present day Ultron. Kang is moved by the heroism of the heroes, and he decides that a future without him is still a future worth saving, and so he prepares to sacrifice himself to defeat Ultron. Kang activates the self-destruct sequence on his armor and then tackles Ultron. It explodes, killing them both. Now, of course, Ultron has like a fuck ton of other bodies that he can just upload his conscience into, so that didn't really do anything. The Avengers are all subdued, and Ultron has finally made the gene bomb strong enough to affect the entire planet. And he's like, "Now, Avengers, the final countdown. Witness the end of humanity." The gene bomb, it's counting down, it's gonna go off. Oh no. Oh god, what do we do now? But then, a stray splotch of mustard comes out of nowhere. It gets all over the gene bomb, and the gene bomb, it malfunctions, then turns off. And Ultron's like, "What? No!" And then some mustard gets in his circuits, and he's like, "Oh!" And then he falls over and dies permanently this time. And the Avengers are like, "What? I don't get it. What just happened? Where'd that mustard come from?" And then they hear a voice. "Step aside, Avengers. We'll take things from here." Da 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 da. And if you're wondering, no, they never find a cure for the mutant zombies. They're all just like stuck like that forever. And Captain America never actually gets back from the future, and that timeline got erased. So is he gonna stay in that timeline, or is he just gonna like shift to the new timeline that's created? Vote now at your local Walgreens. Now, this movie had quite a bit of behind the scenes troubles. You may recall at the end of K pop Demon Sinners, Kang wasn't supposed to save them, it was Busty Bunny. That's because Busty Bunny was supposed to take Kang's place here. You see, Kevin Feige Studios and Starlight Comics share the legal rights to Fanny, so we're allowed to make TV shows, video games, movies, just nothing theatrical. We can do TV movies, nothing theatrical, and we can include her in theatrical movies, but we can't put her name in the title, nor can we put her in any trailers or on any posters. A similar rule applies to Busty Bunny, where we're allowed to use her in Fanny-centric projects, we just can't use her in anything without Fanny in it, and we also can't make anything exclusively about Busty Bunny. So I wanted to use Bunny theatrically, but I can only use Bunny if I also use Fanny, and I can't use Fanny theatrically at all. So, do you see the problem here? Now, sure, I already filmed the whole movie, and it's set to release tomorrow, and it actually works a lot better with Kang instead of Bunny, but I don't care. At the last second, I'm gonna change the title from Avengers Age of Ultron to Fanny Age of Ultron. I'm gonna put her in it for like 2 minutes at the very end, but all the trailers are gonna be all about her. That way I can technically use Busty Bunny, but instead I'm just gonna superimpose her on top of Kang. And so, but without re-recording any lines, so it's Kang's voice coming out of her mouth, although not really coming out of her mouth because her mouth isn't even moving because she's just a giant floating PNG. Everyone still calls her Kang, and I even am gonna like forget to replace the PNG in like some scenes, so it just keeps alternating between her and Kang. I'm just gonna release it like that anyway. So eat it, Starlight Comics. Good luck suing me with that one. Bad news. They won the lawsuit. They now get 95% of all Marvel movie profits. As if starting their own cinematic universe wasn't enough. Oh, yeah, I didn't mention, to add insult to injury, they started their own cinematic universe. They have a Busty Bunny spin off movie and a Fanny sequel movie. The, their movie is called Long Gone Fanny, and what it's about is Rattlesnake Jake kills the entire pack except for Fanny, and then she retires, and then 30 years later, the Wild Wild West is coming to an end because the railroads are being built and as more towns being built and like things aren't really like wild anymore. She's old and retired. The world has no place for her. But then she meets the young aspiring Sheriff Rawhide, soon to be Sheriff Rawhide, and her father was also killed by Rattlesnake Jake. So Fanny has to come out of retirement and mentor Rawhide to, to take down Rattlesnake Jake. But Fanny tragically sacrifices herself at the end, and it's so fucking good. And everyone keeps saying the MCU fell off, and the MCU sucks ass. And why can't Fanny just be owned by Starlight again? Why can't Starlight make all of Fanny? I wish I owned it. And then it's even worse because people just assume it's canon. They assume that this is how my version of Fanny's supposed to die, and they find out that it's not. They get disappointed. They're like, everyone just keeps saying, "Fuck the MCU, man." Fucking corporations have feelings too.
I know what to do. I know how to exact my revenge. Think about it. They're furries, right? What's a furry's one weakness? That's right. Jesus! One more movie. How about one more movie free of charge to finish off Phase 3? The furry cultists inside the world of the satanic zoophile degenerates.
A documentary about the furry fandom that's not at all manipulative or exaggerated or in any way meant to fearmonger, that also coincidentally happens to be funded by a lot of far-right, hyper-conservative Christian groups, but that's just a coincidence. To make sure we're not misrepresenting the furry community, the opening intro will be Enter Sandman by Metallica.
He was like I was possessed by the devil.
Say your
They
prayers,
wanted
don't
me to
forget
fuck
my
animals,
son,
but
to
even worse,
include
they wanted me to fuck
everyone.
men. But
Walk
even worse than
within,
that,
keep you
they
free
wanted me
from
to be
sin
black.
till the Sandman he comes.
Get out,
Sleep
mesdames
with
contre.
one eye open, gripping your pillow tight. Exit night, bow 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 bow. Enter light, grain of sand. We're off to Never Never Land.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 3 will be a loose adaptation of the Secret Empire storyline, but don't worry, we're not going to make Captain America a Hydra agent or anything. In this version, Agent Coulson is the one revealed to be the spy. Daredevil Season 2 will feature a team-up with Blade the Vampire Hunter. Moon Knight Season 3 will introduce Robbie Reyes as Ghost Rider, though not as an ally, initially as an antagonist. Deadpool Season 2 will be a loose adaptation of Night of the Living Deadpool. It's a relatively small zombie epidemic that's only really contained to one town, and the zombies begin mutating, turning into exact copies of Deadpool. Fanny and the Pack Season 3, or was it Season 2? I don't know, I stopped counting like 5 seasons ago. While Season 1 set the bar, Season 3 will also set the bar, just this time slightly higher. Season 2 focuses on a civil war erupting from within the pack. Fanny wants to go straight. Well, not that kind of straight. She's very much not that kind of straight. I mean, like, law-abiding wise wants to go straight. She wants to be a more ethical criminal. Fanny starts to think, well, if we're gonna steal from the rich anyway, we might as well give to the poor while we're at it too. Fawn, the purple-haired one, doesn't necessarily disagree with the idea, but just argues that it's not strategically responsible. It would make them easier to get caught by the cops. The void within the group grows wider and wider before, midway through the season, there is a breaking point and an actual full-on civil war begins. The pack splits into two factions and they begin warring with each other. The overarching antagonist of the season is Tex McAdoo, who was introduced in the Season 1 finale. He sees the infighting within the pack as the perfect opportunity to destroy them. He captures the entire pack except for Fanny, who manages to escape town. She's knocked unconscious while riding a horse, and it basically just runs in some random direction for miles and miles for several days and nights, and by the time she wakes up, she realizes she has no idea where she is. Then, Fanny gets caught in a suspiciously oversized spiderweb. A creature crawls toward her. Wow, I've never had a catch like you before. I wonder what you taste like. Fanny does a big cartoony gulp. Just then, the web she's in is sliced and she falls over. Cordy, how many times do I have to tell you? You eat them after the interrogation. Sorry, Zorro. I'll try better next time. A third voice enters the scene.
Hold it right there, partners. Nobody's eating nobody. That right there is Fanny Fennick, and she's about to join our gang. Ain't that right, Fanny?
Fanny replies, Jonah? Is that you? What happened to your face?
You happened, Fanny. And now, I'm gonna make sure we're even.
To be contunded. You know what I just realized that's really, stupid now that I think about it? So the Justice League, the K-pop Demon Hunters, and the Kids Next Door, the only reason why they exist is because Dr. Manhattan fucked around with the universe. This is supposed to be the Marvel universe, but he, added all of them to it. Except Fanny existed before that, so that means she was already a permanent fixture of the Marvel universe anyway. Heroes for Hire Season 2 will introduce Jessica Jones, who goes by the name Jewel but never wears the Jewel costume. And since her name is Jewel, I think she should have some kind of energy crystal power, because I'm pretty sure in the comics she actually doesn't have any, crystal-themed power, which seems kind of weird, because why even have the name Jewel if you're not gonna... Whatever. Season 2 will have mostly two overarching plot lines. The first delving deeper into the lore of Kunlun, as well as the introduction of the Steel Serpent, and the second, the return of William Afton, now as Springtrap. The Great Lakes Avengers. Great Lakes Avengers actually won't be about the titular Great Lakes Avengers because they all die at the very beginning of the first episode. One day, while on a camping trip admiring the beauty of the Great Lakes, they realize, hold on, our hot dogs don't have enough mustard, so they send Doorman down to the market to pick up some more mayonnaise. While at the market, Doorman realizes, wait, why am I getting mayonnaise? I thought we needed mustard. Then, kablamo! A giant explosion goes off in the distance, and he's like, oh no, that looks like the campsite! He rushes back to the campsite only to find the eviscerated remains of his friends, and so he looks up at the sky and he screams, why, God, why? We then get a 1.5 year time skip. Doorman is now this drunk, depressed loser who just hangs around in bars, throwing empty bottles at people and crying and whining about how his friends are still dead. Doorman then notices on the TV that there's a broadcast from this big parade in Rio, but then a naked homeless man runs across the street attacking the cameraman, waving his arms around, going and Doorman is like, wait a minute, that's Mr. Immortal. What's he doing in Rio, and why is he naked running around attacking people? I have to get to the bottom of this. So Doorman goes all the way to Rio, eventually finding Mr. Immortal in a prison cell. Mr. Immortal is still crazy. He sees Doorman and he starts going, "Ah, no, get away from me! Death Urge! Death Urge!" And Doorman is like, "No, no, I'm not a Death Urge. I don't even know what that is. It's me, Doorman. Don't you recognize me? Doorman. Door, not Death, Door." After that, they are attacked by a mysterious entity that looks suspiciously like Doorman. This must be the Death Urge Mr. Immortal was referring to. So most of the series is Doorman and Mr. Immortal traveling around the world trying to find out exactly what happened to the other two members of their team while being pursued by the mysterious Death Urge. Doorman then... Oh, well, actually, before I say that part, I don't think I ever, explained. Doorman can only teleport from, one room to another. That's why he's called Doorman. His power is teleportation, but very limited teleportation. I just assumed everyone already knew that, but, that's what he can do. Well, anyway, he realizes that the whole reason why his entire team disappeared is because he actually teleported them by accident into another dimension, that he's actually way more powerful than he thinks he is. Death Urge isn't actually an individual, but it's actually a species, and he's one of them. The Death Urge species is meant to serve the evil entity Oblivion. So the season finale is Doorman confronting Oblivion while trying to fight for the lives of his friends, and he realizes his full potential, unlocking the true extent of his abilities. The Sensational She-Hulk. It's a really cringy, stereotypical sitcom, except the main protagonists are She-Hulk and Sans Undertale. She-Hulk would crash through the wall and there's the live studio audience applauds, and then she drops all the files she was holding and goes, "Ah, not again," and then there's the laugh track. And then Sans Undertale walks in and there's the live studio audience applauds again, and he goes, "Hey, hey, hey, I'm Dunkle Sans." Then She-Hulk says, "Not now, Sans, this is serious." Sans says, "Hey, cool it, Jen. You don't gotta be a bonehead about it." Wah, wah, wah. Laugh track. "Sans, I have a bone to pick with you." "Hey, doesn't everybody?" Wah, wah, wah. "Sans, I'm pregnant." Now that I think about it, my calcium's been pretty low lately. I'm thinking I might head down to the store and, fetch some milk. Wah wah. Papyrus enters the scene. "Sans! Wait for applause. Turn stage left. Sans! There's something very terrible I must tell you." "Slow down, Papyrus. You're looking a little pale. And more than usual." Wah wah, you get the idea. "Sans, I just found out I'm pregnant, and Jen is the father." Miss Walters, I stopped by to let you know that I enjoyed our time together the other night, and say, who are all these people?" "Jenny, please take me back."
Jen, I have come to claim your hand in
Jen,
marriage.
I wrote a song for you. It's called
Ahoy,
I Love
Jen,
You More Than My Divorced
ye
Wife.
I want you, baby. The equation that completes me heart.
Jesus, Jen, there a single skeleton you haven't slept with? Hey, what can I say? I'm a girl who loves her boners. Now, when looking for the right actress to portray She-Hulk, there is clearly only one direction to go. Gina Carano. Is it because she's a good actress? Fuck no, you know exactly why I'm going with her. Some of you may be shouting at your screens, but Bradwurst, didn't she get fired for making vaguely anti-Semitic tweets? And yes, that happened in the real world, but not in this timeline. In this timeline, she made openly anti-Semitic tweets. The sensational She-Hulk was pulled from airwaves after one singular day, because Gina was too busy with her new job as Executive Vice President of Marvel Studios. The Boys Season 1. The Boys is actually going to play out pretty much identical to the actual The Boys. The only real difference being that heroes like Superman, Spider-Man, Wonder Woman, and Daredevil will be referenced from time to time, but they absolutely will never appear unless it's in like a photo or a news reel or some shit like that. And Butcher, he thinks that all the good heroes are bad also. He doesn't know that there's like a separation between Vought heroes and actual heroes. He just kind of ropes them all together, but again, none of the actual heroes will ever appear or be encountered by anyone. Neither the Boys nor Vought will ever actually like be shown interacting with the good heroes. I guess the implication is that like the good heroes just don't know, but still, I feel like showing any good heroes at all would kind of break the immersion of the Boys. So yes, we'll acknowledge them, they'll just never be seen. And finally, Under the Hood by Hollis Mason will appear in the background of a few scenes. And here we have the complete slate for Phase 3. I will admit we did kinda fumble the Ultron plot a little, but you know what? I think we stuck the landing in the end. You know what I like about superheroes? They make sense. You have the evil, dastardly villain that wants to destroy the world. And then the perfect, infallible, colorful, muscular, definitely not homoerotic hero flies in and saves the day. And everything's rational and everything's calm and everyone knows what to do. And it makes sense. But the real world isn't allowed to make sense. No, it's not. I'm stuck, surrounded by fucking gross people. I'm stuck with him. Him. The patriarchal. The dominating. Him. Who is he? Well, he's happy, and he's thrilled to be alive. His name is any white guy in 2025. White guy 2025. White guy 2025. Good to be alive, because it's good to be a white guy in 2025. Boy, that sure was a relaxing sleep. I love being me. Now on to my daily duties. How can I make Bradwurst YT's existence more miserable? How about we invent a new slang term? Or, no, even better, an acronym! The joke is that I hate Gen Z. We'll be kicking off this phase with a project I'm really excited for, Justice League Deltarune. The long-awaited sequel to Return of the Justice League. Only this time there's gay people. Ah, cooties! During a battle with the Legion of Doom, Superman gets hit by a death ray or something. I don't know, I haven't thought of it. And then he ends up in the Dark World. Ooh. Superman runs into the Lancer Fan Club, and yes, that's their name. That's the only name they go by. Shut up. And then Rouse says, like, hold on, I remember the prophecy saying something about a Hercules-type guy showing up to help us. Since Superman's abilities come from the sun, he actually can't use any of his powers while in the Dark World. He does, however, have a Dark World form, very Hercules-inspired, like Rouse said. Also, this image of Hercules I downloaded off a website called TV Time. So, what do you know? Because Superman is apparently a part of the prophecy now, he has to stay and help them defeat King. And since they're up against King, this takes place during Chapter 1, so Susie hasn't quite found her redemption arc yet. I feel like Superman would try to convince Susie to listen to reason, but she'd just go, "Ah, shut up, nerd. I had to watch anti-smoking PSAs of you when I was a kid. I'm not gonna listen to you." And I think it would be pretty adorable watching Ralsei teach Superman how to use his new powers. although Superman isn't really sure of what to make of Chris, since they seem pretty cold and distant. In the end, King is defeated, and also we're going off fanon rules so Rousey can leave the Dark World, and together the Lancer fan club and the Justice League are able to take down the Legion of Doom. The two teams leave on good terms, but Superman caught a glimpse of the strange soul object inhabiting Chris's body, and he's suspicious of what its true intentions really are. The end credits scene reveals Adam Sandler unlocking the power of the Sandler Force. Morbius 2, Morb Tubular, where our titular protagonist goes on summer vacation to a nice day at the beach. But oh no, Milo Morbius is there to spoil the fun. What will he do? Unpopular opinion, I think Milo is completely in the right to murder those homeless crackheads, like just saying. Grey 5'9", The Suicide Boy Story, a documentary detailing the birth and rise of the iconic rap duo. But like any great documentary, it needs a menacing villain to round things out, and who better to serve as the antithesis to our heroes than a walking aborted fetus? Super Mario the Anime, and it'll be the most stereotypical anime ever made. Insert lolly joke here. Now, normally when Mario and Luigi enter the Mushroom Kingdom, it's through a sewer pipe, but this is an isekai, so they have to get crushed to death by Truck-kun. Season 1 has adventure and lots of epic fight scenes and fire and explosions, and then Season 2 is just Peach and Luigi living in an apartment complex, occasionally bumping into each other while getting groceries. It's not boring, it's slice of life, shut up! The first remake of the MCU will be Marriage Story. And yes, I mean remake and not reboot, as we will be recreating every single shot in the entirety of Marriage Story. However, we will be replacing the two lead actors with the Snadger. And no, I don't mean it's a snake and a badger arguing with each other. It's two Snadgers, two sets of Snadger that are arguing with each other the whole time. So there's technically four of them, all like in a relationship with each other, but it's the two Snadgers all arguing with each other in the same relationship. Two sets of Snadger. And you know what the original Marriage Story was really missing, aside from the Snadger? A romantic rival. So of course, who better to serve as the romantic rival than a third Snadger? What am I doing? This is so dumb. Clearly, I should be replacing everyone in the entire movie with Snadgers. Fuck! Why didn't I think of that sooner? Snadgers? So is that the plural of Snadger? Honestly, I think Snadger could be the plural of Snadger. Look at all those Snadger. Nah. Oh, I know. How about Snadgy? Does that work? Okay, compromise. How about we make everyone a Snadger except for Adam Driver? He gets to be the one exception. Is everybody happy now? Justice League Deltarune 2 focuses on Darkseid as he attempts to harness the power of the Dark Worlds and... Just kidding, that's not what it's going to be about. Queen gave Rousey a bunch of unrestricted internet access, and now he's on a lot of really weird forums, and he started binging Patrick Bateman Sigma Fonk Chad edits. You know, Susie, why do you always boss me around? Shouldn't you be in the kitchen? Rousey has gone the path of many a femboy before him. Though they seem cute and cuddly on the outside, femboys can often hold a dark secret. Online radicalization through extremist social groups is more common than one might think, especially among femboys. If you or anyone you know is a femboy, beware. Let me show you how to scratch it. By the way, Destiny still arrives. First of all, I am Ronald Reagan. Second of all, you're not Ronald Reagan. Third of all, you want to be Ronald Reagan, but you can't be Ronald Reagan because I am Ronald Reagan. Hide away from me. Hide away from me, or you lose. First Wave, a video game taking place on Earth-34. An Assassin's Creed-style game where you sneak around, prowl rooftops, kill targets, and complete missions. You have a total of 3 different customizable heroes to choose from, including the Shadow, the Spirit, and the Phantom. Each one has their own unique ability. The Shadow can teleport, but only in certain dark areas. The Spirit has a Dark Knight detective vision, or Assassin's Creed Eagle vision, that lets him see secrets, and the Phantom has the ability to conjure illusions that can distract enemies. Our trio battles through Nazis, gangsters, mystical forces, and whatever else the decade can throw at them. There's a DLC titled One Night in Bangkok that allows you to play as the Green Hornet and Kato. You can also use them in the main campaign, however it's purely cosmetic. The dialogue doesn't change and you don't get any new abilities or anything. There will also be Easter eggs and references to other pulp heroes like Indiana Jones, the Rocketeer, Sheena, Queen of the Jungle, the Blackhawks, and Spy Smasher. Indy's whip and hat will be seen in a costume store, some of his catchphrases will be alluded to, the Rocketeer's helmet will appear in a museum, a man will be seen reading a newspaper about Sheena, the Black Hawk logo and uniform will appear a few times, and Spy Smasher would actually be a fictional character used for propaganda. You know what? I take it back. Gen Z's not that bad. You know who's the actual worst? Millennials. Yeah, millennials. Millennials ruined everything. So yeah, apologies Gen Z. And I don't mean any of it. Millennials are way worse. Millennials raised Gen Alpha. So if you think about it, like, they're responsible for both themselves and Gen Alpha. Like, God. Lego Pants on Fire, the first and only Lego game of the MCU, based on the film of the same name. It adapts the events of Pants on Fire in the OG Lego game style with pantomiming and everything. Spider-Man Miles Morales, an animated movie set on Earth 1610 about the origin of Miles Morales. He is mentored by the retired Peter B. Parker, who in this version is from the same universe as him. In this world, Spider-Man is this long forgotten hero that nobody cares about anymore. So it's kind of like Spider-Verse just without the Spider-Verse. And also here, Peter B. Parker does die at the end to solidify that Miles is now the new Spider-Man. The main antagonist will be Mr. Wait a minute. Didn't I already use Mr. Negative? I feel like I already used Mr. Negative. I have the distinct memory of downloading an image of Mr. Negative earlier. I don't want to go back and check because I don't feel like it. So tell me in the comments whether or not I already used Mr. Negative, because I feel like I didn't, but I could have sworn I downloaded an image of him. And of course his right-hand man will be Aaron Davis the Prowler. In some versions, the Prowler can fly, I think, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of prowling. So in this version, he'll fly, because fuck you. The end credits scene will be Miles getting recruited into the Spider Society. Sorry, it's just... society. That's a funny word. Do you guys know Shamik Moore was the kid from Incredible Crew? Or better question, does anyone remember Incredible Crew? That was a thing that existed. I still remember the intro was here they come, y'all, here they come, something like that. It's I don't know. That was a why was that a thing? Every few years, the Webkin skit just invades my mind, and then I can't stop thinking about it for 20 minutes, and I just forget again. What was the other show called? The gamer one, the live action gamer one. It's called Game Over or some shit like that. God, what the fuck was that one called? The one with A-Train in it, the A-Train actor. What was that one called? I don't remember, but that one was actually kind of cool. I do like that one. I think A-Train had the magic wand stick thing. I always wanted that magic wand stick thing because every other guy's gadget just was dumb as hell. I think one of them had a baseball bat or something. When I really wanted that magic wand. Okay, now I really think I have deja vu, because, like, I could have sworn I downloaded that one Level Up promo already. Logan Paul Maverick, now with twice the hanging bot. Okay, no. That wasn't good. Sorry. Maybe the real Forrest was the friends we made. No! Some Ordinary Gamers. That's right, everyone's favorite side character from the hit film Black Widow, Mutahar, is back and he's in his own spin-off series. Fun fact, this video doesn't have an ending. It just keeps going. Forever. It doesn't stop. Mutahar is a professional hacker and former member of secret society Exordum. Now he's their enemy. Mutahar is searching for an item called the Skeleton Key, a disk containing some of the most sensitive information in the entire world. It has dirt on pretty much everybody. However, Exordum is also after the Skeleton Key, and the whole series of the two of them competing to see who can find it first. Along the way, Mutahar also encounters a bunch of ghosts, demons, and other supernatural occurrences that he battles through the power of his virtual machine. Also, Exordum owns a number of different shell corporations, one of which being the sponsor of today's video, BetterHelp. Nah, just kidding. Fuck BetterHelp. One of the main side characters is Mally, a digital ghost girl who is experimented on by Exordum. Mally doesn't actually like Mutahar. She really couldn't care less about him. Usually their team-ups are circumstantial, and she's only there to bring down Exordum. Whether or not Mutahar gets the Skeleton Key is of no concern to her. I mean, I doubt she would, let him die, but, if the circumstances call for it, and it's, necessary to bring down Exordum, then she probably would. There's also Parker and Chester, two douchebag ghost hunter influencer bros who initially are just kind of the, comic relief side characters, but then at one point in a random episode, they just get brutally, violently, unceremoniously, anticlimactically killed off. Exactly, that's the point. The goofball sidekicks that lure you into a false sense of security, and when you least expect it, blammo, dead. And the final supporting character will be Muta's best friend, Nux Taku, who frequently urges him to goon to lolly hentai. Do it, man. Come on, goon to lolly. Goon to some lolly. I know you want to. Everybody wants to. Everyone loves gooning to lolly. I love gooning to... Okay, don't take that out of context. I just realized Nux and Mally in the same... No. I don't want to think about where that'll go. Either they never meet at all, or they meet once and Mally immediately slices his head off. That one sounds quite appealing to me. This action turns Muta against her. Their relationship already wasn't super strong, so now they become enemies. Is it, fucked up that I'm describing real people dying? I'm sure it'll be fine. There will also be a crossover episode with Season 2 of The Boys. Homelander is humbled by Exordum. They know about his weird milk obsession and basically threaten to release it if he doesn't leave them alone. In this episode, it's also revealed that nobody in the world knows Exordum exists, not even Superman. And remember, Superman has X-ray vision, super hearing, and he already knows Vought is evil, and he still has no clue Exordum exists. That's how deep they go. The final episode of the series will be a double-length special entitled The Final Death of Mutahar. Mutahar finally gets his hands on the Skeleton Key, except it's not the actual Skeleton Key, it's a fake one that Exordum gave him. So he puts it into his virtual machine, and then it explodes, and he dies. The end. LEGO Red vs. Blue, the first and only LEGO game of the MCU, based on the web series of the same name. It adapts the events of Red vs. Blue in the OG LEGO game style with pantomiming and everything. Codename Kids Next Door. Get those tones! Now, despite the main title being centered around the kids next door, this movie is more about, the wider world of Cartoon Network. David Zaslav, the main villain, has decided that Warner Bros. Shall no longer appeal to kids because kids are stupid and dumb and gay. So he starts hunting down and rounding up all the cartoons. So the K&D have to go in and rescue all the cartoons before they get rounded up by Warner Bros. Evil Concarne and a handful of other bad cartoon characters serve as the henchmen and main opponents for most of the movie. Towards the end, David Zaslav double crosses all of them and tries to kill them like all the other cartoons, so most of the bad cartoons end up getting redeemed and turning good. It plays out a lot like Looney Tunes Back in Action, where it's this big spy movie adventure where they trot the globe and have all these chase scenes and rescue different cartoon characters. But I also want to have some of that Who Framed Roger Rabbit style nightmare fuel, as I feel like that's something a lot of animation live action hybrids kind of miss out on. The main focus will be on number 5, as she's the oldest of the group and the most scared of growing up. And deep down, there's this part of her that's kind of fine with all childishness being erased from the world, because she kind of wants to be taken seriously, seen as like an adult, a respectable, mature person, and that's partially due to pressure from her older sister to grow up faster. And of course, in a Who Framed Roger Rabbit fashion, the story is about her gradually rediscovering the fun of being a kid. And this isn't really that surprising, but David Zaslav is then revealed to be Father. In the end credits scene, General Scar is taken out of prison and brought to a facility owned by the OSS. There, he is recruited to a new strike force, one called Underfist. The final season of Fanny and the Pack will instead be titled Fanny's Weird Western Tales, slightly moving her out of the spotlight. See, it's called that because each member of the team gets their own flashback episode about their origin story, but there are also these extra bonus short segments about completely unrelated characters going on unrelated stories. Most of these end on cliffhangers and don't really go anywhere. These guest segments will include Pow Wow Smith, the Phantom Rider, and the Lone Ranger. Hell, even Busty Bunny makes a comeback. Sort of. It's an alternate timeline version of her that is this time permanently stuck in the past, all of her gears destroyed, leaving her stranded. She's also never referred to as Busty Bunny, and it's definitely not for legal reasons. This should go without saying, but yeah, her plotline ends completely on a cliffhanger. Cordy's backstory is that she was traveling with her family on the Oregon Trail, and then got separated from them, and then ended up in the woods where she was found by a creature hinted to be from another dimension called the Miasma, and the Miasma turned her into this spider mutant thing she is now. Also, part of the mutation is that she doesn't age anymore, but we're just going to say that she was already 20 before that happened, just so we don't have to worry about any weird age stuff. For a while, she would live in the woods with a tribe of monsters since normal humans didn't accept her. Of course, eventually, though, it'd be revealed that the Miasmo is really evil and crazy, because, duh. And the only human that would accept her after that was Hex. Speaking of Hex, we learn more about his backstory and his relationship with Fanny. As it turns out, he and Fanny fought in the war together. On the side of the Confederates. Uh-oh. Well, that's actually the reason why Fanny left, because she didn't really agree with their ideas. Jonah didn't either, but he felt loyalty to his battalion. Afterward, his battalion was ambushed by natives, and they were all killed except for him, who was left with a horrific scar on his face. He believed that if Fanny hadn't left the group, she would have saved them and this would have never happened. We will also be adapting Mission Earth by L. Ron Hubbard. Wait, what the fuck? After returning from the war and leaving her best friend, presumably to die, Fanny was feeling quite nihilistic, and Fawn, her sister, they're like siblings, right? I don't actually know. I didn't think to ask till right now. Fawn already had set up the gang and had a whole criminal network going on, and Fanny, who was initially very against it, was like, you know what? Fuck it, fuck the society, fuck the system, let me in on your gang. And gradually over time, she kind of evolved to become the leader of the gang. Jonah refuses to let Fanny go home until she repays her debt to him. How would she do that? Well, Hicks and his team are currently battling an outlaw called the Scarecrow, and he wants her help. The mayor of the town keeps insisting, no, Scarecrow is not a big deal, we don't have to worry about Scarecrow, we can let him do whatever he wants, it's fine if he commits crimes, okay, it's not a big deal, we should just let Scarecrow be Scarecrow, okay? Can you guess who Scarecrow's real identity is? Now, as the season goes on, Fanny is kind of gradually phased out while Cordy becomes like the new main character, and the two of them still grow closer together, but it's eventually revealed that Tex McAdoo is actually a henchman of the Miasma. Tex McAdoo, Mayor Joy, and Rattlesnake Jake, oh yeah, Rattlesnake Jake shows up towards the end, are all actually kind of prophets of the Miasma. They've all made a deal with him, and they need to maintain it so they can have their immortality or whatever. In the end, Fanny and the pack reunite, and her gang and Jonah's gang all team up to fight the Miasma, his disciples, and a whole army of monsters. After the climactic showdown, the Miasma is destroyed, most of the bad guys die except for Rattlesnake Jake, who escapes, and then Jonah and Fawn are both killed in the final battle. Actually, no, has that ever happened before? Have two main characters died in a final battle before? That sounds... I don't know, that sounds kind of unlikely. Maybe Fawn dies before the final episode, and then Jonah dies at the end of the final episode. Is that better paced? Is that better? Do you like that more? Fanny retires from being a criminal and basically takes all the stolen gold Tex McAdoo had, because he has a fuck ton of stolen gold, and started giving it out to the people. Because the pack was traumatized by being separated, they agreed to never ever be separate ever again. And they would stay together until Fanny's eventual death at the age of 60. The final scene takes place in the 1980s. Cordy visits Fanny's grave and apologizes that she wasn't there for her more when she was alive. And then immediately after, Cordy gets found by the US government, and evil Ronald Reagan kidnaps her and she gets taken to the SCP Black site. No. No, fucker. That's not how you end a series. No, you don't end a series just directly referencing the next thing. That's stupid. That's what Kevin Feige's MCU would do. Do I look like Kevin Feige to you? No. This is mine. Mine's the better one. No, it just ends with her putting flowers on the grave, fade to black. Self-contained ending. There you go. In 500 years, when someone's on a satellite with all their DVD collections and they want to watch season 3 of Fanny and the Pack, they pop it in and see that ending, they're gonna be like, what the fuck, why did she get kidnapped by the government? I don't have the next DVD, I'm fucked. But now you don't have to worry about that because it's not gonna end on a cliffhanger, you fucking brain-rotted MCU fan. You probably call something a cameo if someone's on screen for 12 minutes. That's not what a fucking cameo is, you dumbass! This season is probably the most controversial, with some criticizing its directionless direction and the kind of sloppy pacing and all the plot lines that don't go anywhere. However, a lot of people do still praise Fanny's relationship with both Cordy and Hex. Some fans criticize how magic-centric the third season was. The first two are a lot more grounded and drama-based, realistic gunslinging adventures, and then the third season is like, we got Ghost Rider and the Miasma and like a bunch of monsters, and I can kind of see why some people were turned off by that. And of course, all the Cordy simps on Twitter were crashing out because they didn't like their favorite girl being a side character playing second fiddle in someone else's show, even though one of the biggest criticisms with it is that it was too focused on Cordy, and Fanny, the actual main character, was like pushed off to the side, but whatever. And most fans still prefer the ending of Long Gone Fanny as the actual canon ending, which is fine. And then there were some people, like wiki editors, who try to make both both canons ending. Try to make both endings canon where they're like, oh, she retired from being a criminal and became a philanthropist, and then the entire pack got killed by Rattlesnake Jake. Like, okay, sure, whatever. The weird Western tales were kind of just a cheap way to throw out as many characters as we can, in the hopes of maybe one of them getting a spin-off. And the main one, that's most apparent with the Busty Bunny skit, as there were plans to maybe do a Cordy and Busty Bunny series about them tracking down Rattlesnake Jake. The producers canceled it because they felt it was too similar to the previous series, and also because they didn't want it to clash with the soon cinematic portrayal of Cordy. But the idea was tossed around of maybe doing a Busty Bunny spin-off set in a completely alternate universe, one that didn't have to worry about any continuity or anything, and this would be a much darker, grittier story in a post-apocalyptic future. Rumors circulated that the series would have involved brainwashing, deadly viruses, and even cannibalization? Oh, what the fuck were they smoking? But those are just like rumors that's not like verifiably true. There are some more reliable sources that have teased that maybe the series would feature Batman Terry McGinnis, okay, and even Icon, okay, that's a very inspired choice. And you might be thinking, well, where is the Busty Bunny spinoff? I don't know, because when I asked them, they said, check again in 3 years. Except that's what they said 3 years ago. And 3 years before that. And I had this interaction with them 3 years ago. It's not officially canceled. It just keeps getting delayed. It doesn't even have a release date, technically. Wait, what am I talking about? Aren't I the Kevin Feige here? Shouldn't I know? Yeah, what the... Why don't I know when my own thing is supposed to come out? Like, I'm the one controlling it. Am I not the one running this anymore? Then who the fuck is?
Ben 10 Cinematic Universe. I'm so fucking hot in here. Oh, what? What, you don't like Tom Holland? You don't think Tom Holland can be Ben 10? Fine. Fuck you. Timothy Chalamet will be Ben 10. Now, of course, we're gonna have to make a few changes to the source material. So, instead of the plumbers, they'll be called Providence. We can't call them the plumbers because that's dumb and stupid, and only gay babies who piss and shit themselves would like that. Only gay piss shit babies watch cartoons. We're not fucking making a cartoon over here. We're making it fucking cinema. So obviously, Ben will take the place of Iron Man. The Avengers will just be called Alien Force. I think Captain America, looking for something kind of whimsical, kind of historical, that would be the Secret Saturdays. Thor is more dramatic, more of a kind of lineage thing, so clearly that's got to be Generator Rex. Hulk, you want like a one-off anti-hero monster movie? Kevin. It's a Kevin movie right there. Oh yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy. That's literally just the plumbers, kids. Or do you one better? Throw in Kevin. Have Kevin be in that one. You got the first movie, there's Agrigor, the generic bad guy. The second movie, you got Ragnarok, who killed his dad. Third movie, you get Cervantes and all the like genetic experimentation stuff. He made Agrigor and hired Ragnarok. That's like a whole ass trilogy right there. Thanos would be Dagon. So the role of Loki is split between what was I talking about again? Agent 6. They could do Agent 6 movie. That's just straight up fucking John Wick, but with like mutant monster people. That'd be so peak Warner Bros. Give the people what they... Civil War. You know what Civil War would be? It would be like Zach is turning evil because of the Kerr energy, and Dagon wants Kerr to be his bitch. I don't know. And so they have like a whole civil war. Providence splits into two factions, and they're at war with each other. And uh wait, did I mention that like Providence is like the secret scientists and the plumbers and the normal Providence? I don't know if I specified that part, but but like yeah, and I told, obviously I gotta go with the name Providence, like that's the coolest sounding name. But anyway, they go to like a civil war, and instead of Spider-Man, it's Chronospanner, and he's actually coming back in time from the future to like stop the war from happening. And then later, instead of No Way Home, we can do like a kind of like a Ben multiverse thing. Do you know who the Fantastic Four would be? They'd be the Powerpuff Girls. That actually that lines up very well. I like that comparison. Oh, none of this was canon to my MCU, by the way, so none of that really matters. Now let's do it again, but with the DCEU. No, I can't. It's so fucking hot in here.
Welcome to the Israeli Digital Circus! This circus was promised to my people 5,000 years ago! Guys, I think we need to abandon the idea of a two-state solution. Jews, they only think about money. Okay, no, that's fucking racist. Shalom! I am Juice Weeks, the most popular animator this side of Tel Aviv. My career is fucking over. This is it. This is gonna be the joke that gets the video taken down, I swear. Mark my words. Yeah, every time I think I've run out of ways to make this video worse, I always think of something new. You know, fun fact, wanna know how long I've been making this? How long this recording took? I started recording this video before the Epstein files came out. That's how fucking long this shit's taken. Bushwick 99. Set in Bushwick, Brooklyn in the year 1999, it follows the Sucker Punchers, a group of 18-year-old high school kids getting ready for college. So to commemorate their transition into adulthood, the Sucker Punchers, what do they do? They go to the gathering of the Juggalos. I don't know, writing is hard, okay? Babs Torrance, a member of the Sucker Punchers and also the main protagonist, ends up developing a splitting headache while at the festival, so she goes to get some headache medicine, which is actually being made by BetterHelp. Babs ends up developing chronic schizophrenia, chronic schizophrenia, chronic schizophrenia, rock and roll McDonald's, rock and roll McDonald's. So anyway, yeah, she starts hallucinating a bunch of apparitions and stuff like that, and basically just gradually losing her mind and going insane. And now she's being hunted by a vampire, presumably from another dimension, named Choco Alderidge. Babs is guided by Black and White Babs, or B&W Babs for short. B&W Babs is everything regular Babs isn't. She's mature and serious, but also cold and kind of emotionless. So as it turns out, all the hallucinations she's having aren't really hallucinations, they're visions from another dimension. So she was right about to go to college, and then her entire life started spiraling out of control. There's definitely no metaphor in there. The twist villain of the series will be Ari, a psychic sailor that has reality warping abilities, similar to Babs but way more powerful. Bushwick 99 will be mostly a mystery horror with some thriller and some sci-fi elements, but I also want to have a more comedic angle to this one. It has bits straight out of 2000 stoner comedies. Think Supernatural meets Wet Hot American Summer.
This video is supposed to be an April Fool's joke. Could you tell? Could you tell? Was it obvious? Was it obvious this was supposed to be an April Fool's joke? But I missed it. I missed my deadline. So I guess the joke's on me now. Star Twerps. This one will focus more on Timmy Turner and will primarily play out like a Star Wars parody. Timmy and the other Nicktoons serve as the Rebel Alliance as they go up against the villain whose name isn't Shirley. Marvin the Martian will serve as a stand-in for Boba Fett. Invader Zim and Billy get paired together as the bad guy's incompetent henchmen. Of course, Zim hates humans and Billy is the most annoying, irritating human. Billy doesn't even know he's one of the bad guys, he's just going along with Zim because he thinks it's fun. Of course, as the movie goes on, they both gradually get their redemption arc and become good guys. In the end credits scene, Jimmy Neutron returns to his lab, only to find that it's been completely ransacked. It was infiltrated by Sector V. Nigel Uno gives Jimmy an offer, not to join the Kids Next Door, but to join the Galactic Kids Next Door. Underfist, Ride or Die. In the opening of the film, Danny Phantom is captured and arrested by the guys in white. He is then taken to a prison facility run by the OSS. We're then introduced to the director of the OSS, Kate Hudon, who is putting together a team called Underfist. And of course she wants Danny on the team in exchange for lowering his sentence. What are we, some kind of Underfist? Even though Danny is the audience surrogate at first, the main focus will gradually shift to Irwin and his relationship with Haas Delgado. Also, Invader Zim and Angel Dust will be members of Underfist. Underfist's big mission is to travel into a subterranean world so they can assassinate their leader, Nurgle. While there, they battle dinosaurs, mole people, and lava monsters. It is then revealed that Angel Dust is a traitor and that he made a deal with Nurgle to save his soul in exchange for stopping Underfist. But obviously he gets a redemption arc and then ends up saving them, and Nurgle is defeated. In the end credits scene, Nurgle is visited by his long-lost brother, Black Hat. LEGO Justice League Deltarune, the first and last LEGO game of the MCU, based on the film series of the same name. Actually, that's not true, no. It'll be adapting the first few chapters of Deltarune, as well as several Justice League comics, and it'll alternate between the two of them. So you know how in LEGO Star Wars you spawn into the Cantina, which is a location from the original trilogy, but you spawn in as Qui-Gon and Qui-Gon's Padawan Obi-Wan, who are from the prequel trilogy. Not only that, but they're not like a very iconic or important duo either. So the fact that you load in as them is kind of confusing, but it also does make sense because they're who you play as in the first level. So similar to that, the hub world you spawn in is Castletown, but the two people you play as, the Player 1 and Player 2, are actually Jay Garrick and Alan Scott, the original Flash and Green Lantern. Now, I cannot stress this enough, the game has to look like shit. It has to be as low polygon as humanly possible. No, stop it! What are you doing? Stop trying to make it look better! Just making it look worse! Stop it! Bendy and the Dark Revival. The Dark Revival will continue / completely retcon and ignore the William Afton plotline from the Defender series. Theodore Peterson, Henry Emily, and Joey Drew were all once best friends with each other. Each of them had a fascination with children. Okay, that came out wrong. Each of them had a profession relating to children. Joey was a cartoonist animator. Henry designed animatronics for restaurants.
and Theodore was an amusement park designer. So the three amigos do what anyone would do. They make a deal with the devil to achieve all their wildest dreams and become rich and famous. Obviously, like any deal with the devil, it completely backfires, and their entire lives are both literally and metaphorically consumed by their own hobbies, and all their relationships with their friends and family are completely destroyed. Also, literally and metaphorically. The only one able to somewhat escape / postpone this fate is Theodore, who becomes a recluse hiding in his home. And now their names, Henry, Emily, Joey, Drew, and Theodore Peterson, are forgotten by the world, and all their achievements are these long-lost relics of the past. So the Dark Revival takes on an almost Stranger Things-like structure, where there's three groups of main protagonists. A group of kids trying to break into Theodore's house, a group of teenagers breaking into a Freddy Fazbear pizza place at night, and then finally the group of adults who are breaking into Joey Drew Studios. And each group has their own piece of the puzzle, and they all gradually unravel the mystery. Eventually, Theodore gets his redemption arc, and wait, why does he look like a fucking minion? Ew, get that off my screen. Eventually, the three groups unite so they can all take on the scary Shadow Man or something. As a final boss of the series, the Shadow Monster will transform into the Miscreation. Ever heard of Heaven? So Heaven, right? It's supposed to be like it's alternatively called the Divine Kingdom. So what if instead it was called the Bovine Kingdom? Do you know what would be in it? Do you know what would be in it? Holy cows! Codename Kids Next Door, Operation Conspiracy. I'm not gonna bother thinking of what the acronym for that is. Nigel becomes obsessed with the idea that superheroes are the ultimate enemy to kids. And it kind of makes sense. Think about it. They're superpowered adults who run around maintaining the status quo. And think about it even more. They have their colorful costumes and are kind of celebrities among kids, specifically to distract them from how dangerous they are. The cherry on top, sidekicks. A sidekick is basically just a kid who's been indoctrinated by an adult, prepping them to grow up into yet another kid-hunting superhero. It's funny because Nigel is basically just describing the Seven and all the other Vought heroes, and just like Butcher, he kind of has a confirmation bias where he thinks every hero is like that. Oh, and speaking of Butcher, this movie takes place after the series finale of The Boys, in which Billy and the entire boys all die horribly and lose, and Homelander continues doing his whole Homelander thing. Although, one informant was able to escape, and in the end credit scene, he gives this book of evidence to Nigel. Oh, also, Homelander got some goop-de-goo spilled all over him that made his face melt, and now he has to wear this black mask, so now he's Black Noir. And we have this gimmick that way he doesn't have to be played by Anthony Starr anymore. And we're going to do a series called The Boys Mexico, where he fights, Gen V, yes, my favorite character, Gen V, for another 12 billion seasons. Yay! And so, to seek help in taking down the heroes, he begins collaborating with literal supervillains, namely the Black Hat Organization. And Black Hat is oddly more than willing to help Nigel. If anything, he's ecstatic about it. And towards the end of the movie, we get a small hint why, where he mutters to himself, "Sure thing, grand nephew." Oh, and just thought I'd mention, Rorschach is fucking dead. When Nigel found him, he was bleeding out of every hole in his body. And here's the fucked up thing. The entire reason Nigel chose Rorschach specifically to do this task is because he was an adult. Think about it. He knew Homelander was dangerous and didn't want to risk the lives of any operatives. If Rorschach succeeds and gets the information, then yay, we have dirt on Homelander. If he fails and dies, then, well, nothing of value was lost. That's one less adult to worry about. So the fact that he got the information and died is kind of the best case scenario.
Doesn't matter what universe he's in, man can never catch a break.
Nigel finds that Vought and the OSS actually have close ties with each other, and they share a facility in the desert called Area 51. Okay, here's when things get complicated. In the 80s, Cordy gets kidnapped by the government, and they find she has some shit in her bloodstream. Let's just call it, Let's just call it dark matter. So they start extracting the dark matter from her blood. They're trying to, like, experiment with it. And so I guess by they, I mean the OSS. And so they combine it with, fucking Compound V to try and, like, create some, like, I don't know, dark V to, like, make more entities like Cordy, because she has this, like, somewhat psychic connection, not a very strong one, but like a very weak psychic connection to wherever the miasma came from. And so they're trying to create someone with a stronger psychic connection. That way they can, I don't know, just like go wherever that other dimension place is. And since the Dark V was made from Cordy's blood, it only works on people with double X chromosomes. So all the, like, test subjects that they have are people with double X chromosomes. And so they started, like, testing it just on random people in the population in the 90s, and so that's why the whole thing with Babs in Bushwick 99 happens. Babs is like the kind of 1.0 attempt at recreating Cordy. Somewhere down the line, this is how Mally was created. Oh yeah, I guess I just casually revealed the big twist. Yeah, Exordum has like a hand in OSS and Vought, but we'll get to that when it's more relevant. So Mally was kind of like an attempt that worked too well, where like now she's like constantly phasing in and out of reality, and like that's why she appears kind of as a ghost like creature. And so Callie, who we meet in this movie, is the like 12th attempt at recreating Cordy, where with her they basically took the dark matter and tried to clone, again, they being like the OSS, Exordum, whoever, they tried to clone what they thought life in the other dimension looked like, and so they got the little like bug parasite from that, and so they used Callie as a host body for the bug parasite, so she has telekinesis as well as a stronger psychic link to the other dimension. Okay, I know that was a lot I just threw at you, but like, don't worry, it'll make sense. So, even though I'm putting a lot of emphasis on Nigel, he's actually not the protagonist of this story. The actual kind of main hero of this particular movie is Kooky, number 3. Kooky develops a friendship with Callie, and that's what the main emotional core of the movie is. We have the most optimistic person in the entire world meets the most nihilistic person in the entire world, and they have to meet in the middle. Callie lived her entire life in a white room. She doesn't know what happiness is or what having fun is. Number 3 is there to show her. Kooky and Nigel are opposite in this movie. I'm sure by now you've come to know how callous Nigel has been towards adults, but Kooky doesn't really care who or even what someone is as long as they make a good friend. And interestingly, Homelander was also made in a lab and had no childhood, just like Callie. Kooky tries to break through to him and convince him to turn good also, which almost works, but of course at the last second it fails. And look, a movie like this can't just... Oh, fuck, I almost dropped my phone. A movie like this can't just be character development. You need to have a final boss, and Homelander isn't really the final boss of this movie. That honor goes to Mari. So they pretty much thought, hey, what if instead of creating a parasite and then using a human host, we just combined parasite DNA and human DNA and then clone like a hybrid between them? And so they pretty much did that with Callie, and then that's where Mari came from. So the final battle is the KND, Callie, Cordy, Black Hat's crew, but not Black Hat himself, all of them going up against Homelander, the Seven, and also Mari. And Mari, okay, Homelander is just kind of there to be ass blasted by Mari. Mari is like the main final boss. Homelander is arrested, he's taken to prison and humiliated, and he's crying and sad. All the 7 are like exposed and arrested. The final battle happens at the Vought Tower, and the tower is like destroyed, it's collapsed. And then also Mari is killed during the
at the end of the battle, which is meant to be presented as a bit more tragic since she was just kind of an animal that didn't really know what she was doing. The loose ends are wrapped up. I forgot to mention, the other K&D members don't know about Nigel's scheme to wipe out all supers. It's something that he's keeping to himself because he knows that the higher-ups wouldn't approve of it. So he's still committed to that whole idea. He still has his, tight-knit relationship with Black Hat. At the end, Kate shows up at Area 51 and is like, "What the hell? I leave for 5 minutes and our arch enemies destroy the entire place?" In the end credits scene, Mally recruits Cordy and Callie, and they form the Sisters of Darkness, and they have one goal: bring down Exordum.
Wait, I've been calling it the MCU the whole time, but that's just the same as the normal MCU. Why not call it the BCU? The Bradwurst Cinematic Universe. God damn it, why didn't I think to do that earlier? It's such an obvious choice. Okay, for the rest of this video, I will be calling it the BCU. Jimmy Donaldson, Mark of the Mr. Beast. A down-on-his-luck YouTuber makes a deal with the devil to make him the most rich and powerful person on the entire planet, all at the cost of the light in his eyes. If I could have any superpower, I'd want the ability to impregnate people with clones of Bert Kreischer. Their stomach flares up and then it pops, and then a little mini Bert Kreischer crawls out of their bowels, out of their womb, and then the Bert Kreischer begins growing larger and larger before it's fully Bert Kreischer sized, and then it proceeds to eat the person that it just came out of, starting with their insides, gradually working its way out, before finally completely consuming the host. The Bert Kreischer clone then melts into a puddle of goo, steaming, bubbling green goo, except it does not die. It retains its sentience while in this form, and is cursed to live out its existence for the duration of the entire universe, unable to ever properly die. Underfist rides again. This one focuses on the astral vampires and their invasion of Earth. We also meet Nephthys, a minion of the astral vampires who starts out as a bad guy and then gradually becomes a good guy, even falling in love with Erwin. Underfist then finds out that the actual reason they were formed was never to fight monsters or save the world, but in fact bring down the kids next door, which doesn't sit very well with them. So the OSS is virtually destroyed by a bunch of monster attacks, and Underfist disbands like about halfway through the movie. Now it's up to Erwin to rally all the members together and reassemble the team. The astral vampires are on Earth searching for what they call the ultimate power. Eventually, it's revealed that the ultimate power is actually in the North Pole. The ultimate power is being guarded by Santa Claus and his team Alpha Strike, as well as Rupert the Green-Nosed Reindeer. Lord Malefactor, leader of the astral vampires, absorbs the ultimate power, and then he, dies or something, I don't know. In the end credit scene, it's revealed that the ultimate power was really a decoy, and that the real ultimate power was in the South Pole, not the North Pole. How do you make a good Madam Web movie? Easy. Step 1, don't make a Madam Web movie. And that's not me just being mean. Madam Web just does not really work as a protagonist. That's like making a Watcher movie. You can make a movie with Madam Web in it as a supporting character or guide or whatever, but you cannot make a movie about Madam Web. And if you do, she has to be blind and old and in a wheelchair, not whatever the fuck this was, because of course Hollywood can't comprehend the existence of unattractive people. Editing Bradwurst from the future here. Whenever I said this, it sounded like I was implying that grandmas cannot be hot, and just want to clarify that I did not mean to intend it that way. I think grandmas can absolutely be hot, so sorry if I offended any grandmas. When I'm in a sucking my own dick competition and my opponent is half the people in the Epstein list. Pick one of the 3 Spider-Women. Okay, let's not kid ourselves. Just use Gwen. It will be a multiverse movie, but a low stakes multiverse movie. No universes crashing into each other, no save the world, no incursions. I feel like a lot of Marvel movies just kind of sit there over explaining how the multiverse works while not actually doing anything with it. Why would it be low stakes? Well, she's stuck in a different universe and has to find her way home. At the same time, she needs to rescue a baby Peter from getting murdered by an evil Spider-Man, because then some, like, I don't know, chain reaction of events will happen and then something bad will happen. But the main emotional core is her getting back home. Or actually, maybe say in order to get back home, she has to save the Peter, so maybe that's the reason why. I don't know. But her saving the Peter of this universe can be parallel to how she didn't save the Peter of her universe. You can still do the whole Spider-Man-esque horror movie thing, but well, okay. Sometimes the issue is not the idea itself, it's just the execution, because, obviously in the movie they just didn't try. So in this version, actually try this time. And Madam Web serves as mostly a guide to just kind of help Gwen navigate this universe. I guess she's like the narrator of the story, really.
You know what really grinds my gears? Whenever writers try to integrate their fetish into something, the classic barely disguised fetish meme, because it's like, what do you get out of that? Like, all it really does is make your work worse, your audience uncomfortable, you always get caught doing it, like, no one ever gets away with it. Like, actually, what is the point? It's just a lose-lose scenario for everyone. Other people don't like it, it's gonna make you look bad. Like, actually, what's the point of even doing that? So, anyway, the next installment in the MCU will be Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Look, I'm just kidding. Power Rangers isn't Marvel, and doing a non-Marvel movie in this Marvel movie video would be ridiculous. So, no, of course we're not really doing Power Rangers. Instead, we're gonna do Sonic Inflation Adventure. Some play Sonic Inflation Adventure and walk away thinking it an ordinary visual novel parody game on Newgrounds. Others unlock the secrets of the I fucking can't. Sonic Inflation Adventure is more akin to a Greek tragedy. The, ta- the tale of a Sega employee so obsessed with his own desires that he creates a fake world in which he is Sonic the Hedgehog, and he can live out his fantasies of inflation. Only even in his perfect fantasy world, people are killed by his desires. All his friends hate him because of it. His whole life falls apart. No matter where he goes, his desires destroy everything. In other words, the pyrocynical autobiography.
Hello, or like me very inflation, I have an inflation fetish, inflation is my favorite fetish. I like inflation almost as much as I like saying the N-word, and damn it minors. And now, a dramatic reading of a random Reddit post I saw once. Look, I have a lot of respect for furries, okay? I think furries are some really amazing, talented people. They take a lot of time and effort drawing these detailed, beautiful, gorgeous personas. And then they have to fucking ruin it with their weird fucking inflation fetish! Why does every furry have to have a stupid fucking fart poop fetish? It's always the grossest shit with you people. What the fuck? Why can't you just draw cool fucking animal people? It always has to be some shit with you.
Is this too far? Is this too far? Like, genuine question. Like no joke. Is this crossing a line? I hope everyone clicked off by now. KSI, in the thick of it. Now, some of you might be wondering, where exactly does Prime come from? Well, of course, KSI makes it. And no, I don't mean he creates it. I don't mean he, brews it or anything. No, I mean, he makes it. Like with his body. Like he lactates Prime. The sacred text clearly state, Prime is a wonderful thing,
Slug it right down, you beautiful twink. So, of course, we have to find the most beautiful of twinks and the most twinkish of beautifuls. And I think the perfect person to fill that role is Adam from the first Saw movie. KSI in the thick of it is 5, count 'em, 5 uninterrupted hours of KSI bottle feeding Adam from Saw his prime juice. Has Been Hotel, a choose-your-own-adventure game with some elements of dating sim mixed in, also with some elements of rhythm game here and there because the music... Wait. Did I just describe Goodbye Volcano High? Fuck! 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 The radiation of this must be, like, infecting my brain and making me say fuck over and over again. The game contains a number of endings. How many? I just told you, a number. There's the heavenly ending, in which everyone in hell gets redeemed. The good ending, in which only the main cast gets redeemed, however they choose to stay in hell to help Charlie. The good ending is the canon one because it's the most milquetoast and generic. The neutral ending is pretty much exactly like the good ending, except Charlie dies. So now the crew has to try to redeem the rest of hell without her help. The bad ending is where the hotel is destroyed, nobody gets redeemed, all the main characters just go back to being asshole bad guys, and Charlie pretty much gives up on her whole dream and then becomes a depressed recluse just like her father. In the hellish ending, Charlie gives up on redemption, believing that all people are just inherently evil and that there's no fixing them. So she becomes evil and crazy and then invades heaven, killing all the angels, even murking God, conquering it, and now being an all-powerful evil ruler. And then there's the secret ending, Ending 6, otherwise known as Ending 666, in which SlendyBob.exe shows up and he is very evil and scary and Sigma, and he murders everybody, and there's lots of blood and gore and death, and all the blood is hyper-realistic, and it's all hyper-realistic blood. Now, believe it or not, there's actually a comic book continuation of the hellish ending. Evil Charlie invades Earth and murders everybody, and there's lots of blood and gore, and she's so evil and based and Sigma. I mean, Thor could have beat her, Hulk could have beat her, Superman could have, but no, they all die because we have to show how strong Charlie is. While drawing his last breath, Superman pulls out a chunk of red kryptonite. It then extracts his powers, dividing them and giving them to each member of the Lancer fan club. Chris gets flight because they're the leader. Lancer gets super speed because then he'd be more annoying. Birdly gets the freeze breath, that way he can accidentally freeze himself. Noelle gets super strength and invulnerability, now she's trying not to clumsily smash everything in her path. Rousey has heat vision, except the catch is that he can't actually control it, kind of like Cyclops. I like the idea of the innocent pacifist having the most destructive and chaotic power. Even him having glasses kind of fits with the Cyclops theme. Oh, and Rousey has X-ray vision. It's kind of a common misconception. Superman doesn't have laser vision. The heat is actually a byproduct of the X-ray vision, so technically they're the same power. And Susie's power, okay, this one's a little confusing, but Susie has Kryptonian DNA. Essentially, she has one of the crystals from the Fortress of Solitude, and her, and only her, has the ability to, activate it and turn it on. And what the crystal does is it can create holographic illusions. So she can turn invisible, create copies of herself, do the weird, symbol thing where it, turns big, whatever that is. And the crystal only works if Susie's holding it, so if she drops it or it breaks during a battle, she's kinda screwed. With Superman's powers, the Lancer fan club becomes Strike Force Deltarune X. Now they defend both the light world and the dark world from evil. Except when they're in the dark world, they can still use their powers. They just run out gradually because, again, sunlight, darkness, all that. But still, they defend both the light world and the dark world from evil. Despite not having a mentor, they continue training and mastering their powers, preparing for Charlie's inevitable return. The Strike Force Deltarune X comic would be quite popular, and an animated TV show based on it was being developed.
However, it ended up getting canceled as part of a tax write-off, but don't worry, because in its place we made the Emoji Movie 2! Galactic Kids Next Door.
So Nigel's fascination with superheroes has evolved into a desire to wipe out all adults, and he in secret has been working on a big doomsday weapon machine to kill all the adults. And Black Hat is still helping him. And the rest of the KND, no one knows about their little alliance, but they're continuing their relationship and they're continuing to work together. Black Hat begins demanding more and more from their relationship, and Nigel, who already doesn't really like working with an adult, decides, you know what, screw it, I don't care, I'm done with this. So Black Hat exposes Nigel's whole plan, and he ends up becoming a fugitive on the run, except the KND doesn't go after him. They have a special division specifically for moments like this. The Galactic KND. One is left with no other option than to team up with his arch-enemy father, who is actually the nephew of Black Hat, which is confusing because Nigel is the nephew of father. Oh, spoilers, by the way, that's kind of a big, that's a whole thing, by the way. The rest of Sector V goes against orders and tries to find Nigel on their own. Once again, Nigel will not be the protagonist of this movie. The actual main focus will this time be number 4. He has to overcome his anger issues and learn that not every problem can just be punched away. Kate will have a bigger role this time around, and we finally get to know her backstory. She was a member of the KND who escaped getting decommissioned, and after growing up realized maybe kids shouldn't be running a giant space government with nukes and missiles and shit, and that's why she joined the OSS to form Underfist, to put a stop to them. Underfist will also appear in this movie, but they won't have too big of a role, mostly just like a side plot. They will kind of almost clash with Sector V a few times, but they never really have a proper fight. Remember how Exordum controls both Vought and the OSS? Well, the big twist with Exordum is that they actually control everything. SHIELD, Hydra, AIM, every single organization in the world is one way or another being puppeted by Exordum, and it intentionally makes groups like SHIELD and Hydra fight each other just to be a giant distraction from their own activity. At some point, the KND helped the Sisters of Darkness infiltrate Underfist as spies to help bring down the OSS from the inside out, which is just really funny to me. The thought of the kids next door, of all people, being this, I don't know, tight with the freaking characters from Scary Storytime with Liam is just so fucking stupid. Okay, big backstory time. So thousands of years ago, there's a big evil scary guy called Aku, but he was defeated by a samurai named, something. It has slipped my mind as of now, but he was defeated by a samurai, and so his 3 sons were left with all of his powers. Those sons being Black Hat, Nurgle, and Grandfather, who is the father of father. And that's also why they all have the same powers, the same kind of shadow, shape-shifting, fire-related powers. Black Hat and Nurgle are trying to awaken their daddy Aku, but they can't because their third brother is dead. But they can resurrect him using his DNA. Nigel's deep hatred of adults is actually his evil, dark energy DNA calling to him. If he were to commit this mass adult genocide, then he would become a shadow being, which is just what Black Hat wants, because then Grandfather would awaken. Father gets a redemption arc and then becomes good, but then Black Hat extracts all his dark energy, using that to resurrect Grandfather, who then proceeds to kill Father. So remember his doomsday machine from earlier that's supposed to kill all adults? So that thing's about to go off, and at the same time Grandfather is escaping. So Nigel is given the choice, either capture Grandfather and let the machine kill all the adults, or let Grandfather escape and stop the machine. And in the end he chooses to stop the machine, Grandfather escapes, and everything ends right there on a cliffhanger. Oh, right, and part of the reason why Nigel decides not to is from reassurance from number 4. Remember, his whole character arc was learning that violence isn't always the answer?
Jazz punk, set in the groovy, funky universe Earth 60. A 60s, a little bit 70s-ish styled world that's also somewhat retro-futuristic, and a tad fascist and dystopian, just a little tiny bit. This one's going to be a little confusing, so I'll try to start at the beginning. In the 1940s, Sir Galahad and his protege James Bond, two members of MI6, were battling a Nazi scientist named Degaton, and he was hell-bent on creating time travel, but then he mysteriously vanished without a trace. Wow, the guy who wanted to make time travel disappeared. I wonder what happened to him. Even stranger, Galahad went rogue and betrayed MI6, vanishing with Degaton. Later, in the 1950s, James Bond, a now adult agent, and his protege, Eggsy Sr., would be battling a different bad guy called Yuri. Not that kind of Yuri. This Yuri was a communist scientist trying to invent mind control. Or, I guess he already invented it, he was just trying to, use it on a bunch of people. Yuri ended up escaping, though his plot was foiled, and Eggsy Sr. was killed. Currently, in the 1960s, James Bond is now retired, but also the head of MI6, and now he's training Eggsy Jr., the son of Eggsy Sr. Yuri was actually spotted attending a jazz club, just kind of out in the open, and so now Eggsy Jr. has to go undercover into whatever crime gang is hiding out there. Except here's the thing, the type of people who go out and party at jazz clubs at night, there is a special, slang term for them, that being called a jazz punk. So he has to go undercover posing as a jazz punk so he can enter all the circles where Yuri is hanging out in and try to find out what his big grand scheme is. This isn't like an arc of the series or anything. This is like the series, or at least maybe most of season 1 if there's ever another season. But most of it is going to be him gradually gaining the trust of the other jazz punks so he can get closer to Yuri. Eventually, it's revealed that Yuri, Galahad, and Degaton are all working together as this own little mini-cult, and none of them have aged at all since they were last seen. You might be thinking, what could a communist, a Nazi, and an MI6 agent all want? That sounds like the setup to a really bad joke, but they probably want to, remake the world in, a more peaceful way because everyone's wrong except for them. It's always that. That's always the excuse given. In the end, Eggsy and Galahad team up to battle Degaton and Yuri. Eggsy and Yuri are actually sent back in time to the dinosaur age, where they briefly fight there. Eggsy manages to escape back to the future, but Yuri's eaten by a T-Rex. But Galahad's loyalty is still not entirely not entirely ambiguous, not entirely known, whatever. And he ends up killing James Bond before escaping, thus leaving the season on a cliffhanger. So yeah, I changed my mind. Season 2 is going to be Eggsy tracking down Galahad. Also, in this universe, the Adam West Batman exists, and he canonically prevented the assassination of JFK.
Also, the series will include a number of cameos and references to several real and fictional people, including Brother Power the Geek, Prez Ross, Mad Mod, Jimi Hendrix, The Beatles, and Audrey Hepburn, of course.
Spider-Verse, the movie. A crossover between Peter, Miles, Gwen, and all the other spider people of the Spider-Verse multiverse. Thousands of years ago, the Inheritors and the Spider Gods were at war with each other. Thousands of years later, that war's continued by their distant ancestors, the Spider People and the Symbiotes. Null, last of the Inheritors, is the leader of the Symbiotes, consisting of Venom, Carnage, Scream, Toxin, Riot, and a kind of Venom look-alike. Madam Web is the last of the Spider Gods, and she leads the Spider People, or Spider Totems as they're also known. Peter's kind of unsettled by meeting a alive version of his dead girlfriend, and really Gwen is also kind of creeped out by it, but their relationship is kind of meant to be therapy for the both of them, so they can both overcome the trauma of losing their best friend and move on. Ned also gets a symbiote, well, okay, kind of.
So remember the Venom look-alike? So that's Eddie Brock, because remember, the main Venom is Harry Osborn. So Eddie has his own symbiote that looks kind of like Venom, but it's not called Venom. And in his universe, he is called Spider-Man, but he's like the identity of Eddie Brock. So that symbiote unfuses with Eddie and then fuses with Ned, becoming Agent Venom. Except Agent Venom is a good guy for some reason. I don't know. I didn't think that far ahead. Null is dying, and so to live on, he needs to transfer his mind into a new vessel, and Harry is the perfect candidate since he hates Spider-Man so much. So, Null transforms Harry into a giant nutsack and begins slowly entering his mind. Peter confronts Harry while in his ballsack cocoon, and Harry is like in a daze, and he doesn't really know what's going on. And he's just like, Peter? Is that you? What's going on? Where's my dad? And Peter's just like, nothing, Harry. Don't worry about it. Peter, am I gonna be okay? Yes, Harry. You'll be okay. Peter, you're my best friend, Peter. I love you. I know, Harry. I know. So Peter puts a bomb on him and then blows him up, and his big symbiote nutsack explodes. And Null is like, no, my body! And he disintegrates. Then all the symbiotes like die or something. I don't know. Maybe they all get their free will back and then turn good or whatever. Then it ends with the iconic Peter and MJ get married scene.
My name is Peter Griffin. I was bitten by a radioactive chicken, and for the past 27 years, I've been the one and only family guy.
Galactic Kids Next Door versus Underfist. The fourth and final installment of the K&D movie series, and finally, Nigel is the main focus. Which you may notice, every member got their own movie except for number 2, because fuck number 2, all my homies hate number 2. Aku is revived very early on. We don't need to build the entire movie towards that happening. We kind of already did that with Grandfather. So that kind of is the inciting incident, is him coming back. Okay, just so I can finally get this out of the way, Aku, the three brothers, and the miasma are all from the Dark World. Kind of. I am loosely ripping off Stranger Things here, where I think in Deltarune, if you make a Dark World inside a Dark World, it becomes a Titan. With my thing, if you make a Dark World inside a Dark World, you basically go to a really Dark World. Or I guess I was gonna call it the Void or the Abyss or something, but you know what? Fuck it, really Dark World. And so the really Dark World is where Aku and the three brothers, the miasma, that's where they're all from. The really dark world is where all the dark matter that mutates people into monsters comes from. Even though it's called Underfist versus the Galactic Candy, they're not gonna fight that much. Okay, they're gonna fight a little. We need to have at least one, maybe two proper actual fights between them. If we have to just shove in one for no reason, then fine, we can shove in one for no reason. But it will mainly be about them teaming up with each other to take down Aku and his army. Number 1 finally learns to control his dark energy powers, and he actually uses this to defeat Aku. Nurgle, Grandfather, and Black Hat are all killed. Kate also dies. Aku doesn't die. He actually just gets banished back to the really dark world. And it is mentioned that Aku isn't even the leader of the really dark world. There's someone else who's above him, way more above him. In the end, Nigel becomes the supreme leader of the K&D, and he decides that they will no longer target adults or superheroes. From now on, their main enemy is the Dark World, and of course, the Sisters of Darkness are more than happy to help. Just then, Miguel O'Hara and the Spider Society shows up, and he explains that the Dark World has been leaking into other universes, and now he wants to team up with the K&D to destroy the Dark World.
And now that Kate is dead, Exordum has taken full control of the OSS. So they pretty much call up Underfist and they're like, hey, good news, guys. We'd like you all to meet your new team leader, Homelander.
The Nutty Professor 2, Nut Harder. Despite being called Nutty Professor 2, it actually takes place during the events of the original. Inside Professor Clump's body, all of his fat cells look exactly like him, and just like him, they're scientists, and they've built this whole futuristic utopian society. But then, one day, a new life form arrives, the Buddy Love cell, which of course was created from the skinniness potion. The Buddy Love cell acts similar to a zombie plague. He has all these long tendrils sticking out of his fingers, and he can stab the clump cells, which then shrinks away their fat, making them turn into more Buddy Love cells, and then they grow the long tendril fingers, and so on and so forth. Eventually, the Buddies create their own colony. The king of Clumpville, not fully understanding how Buddy's powers worked, offered to form an alliance with him and his people, proposing a two-state solution. Now, of course, Buddy Love would immediately betray him. While shaking hands, his tendrils would stab the king of Clumpville, transforming him into another Buddy Love, an extension of his willpower. However, one clump scientist would be able to invent the Spartan laser. He would then mass produce the Spartan laser and give it to as many clumps as he could, and thus... Oh, by the way, the Spartan laser is the one thing capable of destroying a Buddy Love cell. I'd specify that. And thus, all-out war had begun between the clumps and the Buddies. So the only way I could describe what happens next is by comparing it to, and I hate that I'm doing this, Skibidi Toilet. In Skibidi Toilet, no one has a name. Like, yeah, there are species, and yeah, there are titles, but, like, no one has any, like, personality. No one is... Like, yeah, technically they're characters, but no one really has any character. A lot of people use, that's senseless violence as an insult, but then you have Skibidi Toilet, which is, like, kinda actually just senseless violence. It really is just armies of cannon fodder fighting other armies of cannon fodder. But basically that's what this is. A bunch of clumps and a bunch of Buddy Loves is all just like going to war with each other. You don't follow a particular one or anything. It is just they're fighting, and then some of them get blown up and die or whatever, and then just more show up, and then it's just that over and over again continuously. And it also has the exact same runtime as the actual Nutty Professor, on the dot. The exact time scamp Professor Clump turns into Buddy for the first time is the exact time scamp the Buddy zombie cell things enter the cell city, Clumpville. It's just like Cloverfield. My lawyer has informed me that apparently there already was a Nutty Professor 2, so, fuck me, I guess. Did you know that Skibidi Toilet is actually illegal now? It's like, okay, it's a genuinely interesting rabbit hole, but, like, I'm not gonna get into it right now, because, like, trust me, the last thing I want to do in this video is waste your time. Justice League Deltarune, The Dark World War.
We begin with a flashback. Before there was a multiverse, there was the MCU. Before the MCU, there was the DCEU. It's a natural phenomenon for the universe to die and reset, becoming a new universe. Some of these past universes include a Ghost in the Shell world, a world where Doctor Strange is alone, an Avatar world, and a world where it's both He-Man and Thundercats at the same time. And then also the earliest world we know about is the Undertale world. There were some before that one, but nobody knows what they were. Wingaster, the royal scientist, was a resident of the Undertale universe. He was able to use mathematics and logic to prove that he was really a fictional character in an MCU parody YouTube video being made by a teen college kid with a furry porn addiction. Hey, I didn't write any of that! Now, he would become really fascinated in something called the Dark World, which he believed existed long before his universe ever did. His grandson Sans would warn him, hey, that Dark World is dangerous, and he'd go, shut up, kid, I'm the adult here. You listen to me, not the other way around. I'm basically senile, but no, I call the shots. Anyway, then Gaster fell into the Gaster Blaster, the Dark World thing, and his entire body got shredded up until there was only one piece. One piece. Monkey D. Luffy D. Monkey. Guys, it's Luffy D. Monkey. From the hit anime Dragon Ball Z. Is that Naruto from One Piece? What the fuck am I talking about? Anyway, yeah, so Gaster gets turned into the soul. So Gaster is not controlling the soul, he is the soul. As the soul, he was immune to multiversal resets, so he would watch as every universe would gradually die and be destroyed, only to then be reborn and replaced by a new universe. And with every universe, the one consistent part of it that never seemed to change was the Dark World. That was until the coming of Manhattan. As he arrived, he untangled the universe, so now it became a multiverse. It doesn't do the thing where it dies and gets reset, but there are now infinite other variations of it. As Dr. Manhattan is leaving, he would have a brief conversation with Gaster. He explained how back in his universe, he couldn't even control his own actions because everything he did was on a predetermined path. This universe was very similar. He explains that with each time this universe dies and is reborn, it gets closer and closer to its destiny, something that he called the prophecy. But now, by turning it into a multiverse, having every one of its lives exist simultaneously, now there is a chance that maybe the prophecy could change. He gave this world what he, as Dr. Manhattan, never had: a choice. Or, at the very least, the illusion of one. Gaster, the one man who was told Manhattan's prophecy. He knew the purpose. He knew why reality existed, and he knew where it would end. And only he held that secret, which meant that the prophecy could be whatever he wanted. And where did Ralsei come from? Well, Gaster made him. He's a goner. That's also why he looks so much like Azrael. Fast forward to... Actually, no, not yet. I'm thinking there was a unknown life form that existed in an unknown universe before the Undertale universe that actually found the Dark World before Gaster did, but they got exposed to the dark matter particles, and then they became some creature, and aside from Gaster, they're the only life forms that were able to survive every reboot, but they didn't exactly survive it because they still died, but they kept like reproducing and evolving and gradually changing to the point where they became completely unrecognizable. And eventually they evolved into the Inheritors, and then again, eventually they evolved into the Symbiotes. And so what I'm saying is, I think since Cordy is a spider, there is a likelihood that she is a spider totem inheritor hybrid. I don't know how much I want to commit to that, but just something to throw out there. So anyway, fast forward to today, right now. There are 3 factions that are in some way obsessed with the Dark World. The Justice League, along with the Lancer fan club and the Darkners, are trying to fulfill the prophecy and make sure everything goes as it's supposed to. The League has like kind of a perimeter around Hometown, trying to like make sure no one interrupts it. The kids next door, Spider Society, and especially Sisters of Darkness, hate the Dark World since it pretty much ruined all of their lives. Their goal is to destroy it. And finally, Exordum has both Underfist, the Seven, and pretty much every Vought hero all in their pocket. They want to weaponize the Dark World, find some way to turn it into a, well, I mean weapon, like, just couldn't think of a other word for weapon, shit. So firstly, everyone in Hometown is evacuated. The Green Lanterns make their classic bubble shields and then carry all the civilians away. And so Chris, Susie, and Ralsei are in the main Dark World, and they're getting ready to fight the Roaring Knight. Then the Seven Satellite, which looking at this picture, those look like clouds, so I don't really know why you'd call that a satellite. That's more of like a ship. I don't know, whatever. The 7 satellite descends upon hometown, and so it begins just raining Vought heroes onto the whole place. But at the same time, a bunch of kids with like 2x4 wooden plank jetpacks and mustard guns start flying and attacking them also, and the League is taken completely by surprise, just all these enemies coming at them from every angle. Superman and Homelander crash through the wall of the church, and now they're fighting in the church now, just crumbling all the buildings, and then a bunch of the wormholes pop out, and the Spider Society comes charging in. Meanwhile, at the KND Moon base, it gets ambushed by Underfist and a few members of the 7. But of course, Underfist ends up having a change of heart, and so they beat the shit out of the 7 members. Danny Phantom uses his ice powers to freeze them, and they're like, okay, kids next door, we don't know what's going on or what this Dark World thing is, but we're just gonna, we're gonna team up with you now. Miguel has a brief duel with Batman before he gets attacked by Callie. He then uses his claws to tear apart all the buildings looking for the Dark Fountain. After finding it, he enters and is followed soon by Nigel. Chris, Susie, and Rousey are fighting the Roaring Knight when, in the middle of the battle, they accidentally rip off his helmet and find out that he was really Carol Holiday, Noelle's mom. They find out that Noelle's sister, Des, was killed, and Carol made a deal with someone in the Dark World to bring her back to life. And finally, we meet Necron, ruler of the outer Dark World. He follows up on his deal and brings Des back as a Black Lantern zombie. Despite everyone else being horrified, Carol is absolutely ecstatic, and she grabs Des and starts hugging her and crying and is like, "Oh, Des, I'm so glad, I'm so happy you're back." And then Des bites her shoulder and starts eating her, and then almost immediately Carol too is turned into a Black Lantern zombie. We then find out that only the power of Noelle can defeat Necron. Except Noelle's not here right now because the Justice League evacuated the entire town. Rousey is especially surprised because the prophecy didn't say anything about that, or Necron at all, really. Miguel opens a wormhole and he sends Chris, Susie, Rousey, and Nigel somewhere really far away, and he stays behind to fight Necron. Of course, he's almost immediately zombified. Necron explodes out of the Dark World, and the fountain starts growing larger and larger, consuming all of Hometown. Superman sees this and he tries to fight back. Of course, he gets zombified, becoming a Black Lantern. Homelander sees that and is like, okay, fuck this shit, I'm out. And he screams, "Everybody run!" And then everyone starts running away, getting caught and zombified, but a few of them do escape. But the Dark World continues growing and growing, consuming more and more of the Earth. Okay, so to recap, all the civilians from Hometown are taken to a shelter in probably Metropolis where they're just waiting for the whole thing to blow over. Meanwhile, Underfist and most of Sector V are on the KND satellite. They've kind of made up and they've agreed to work together now. Of course, the Lancer fan club and one escape together. One is not getting along with any of them. There were a few survivors of the first Black Lantern raid, most notably the Sisters of Darkness, who might be immune, I guess, because they're mutants already. I guess that would imply Nigel's also immune. He has dark power. Homelander also escaped, and they will have a brief alliance with him, but that won't last too long. They regroup, all the survivors find each other, and they find Noelle, and they're like, "Hey, Noelle, hate to break it to you, you have to kill Satan." So how is Noelle supposed to kill Satan? Oh god, okay. You've seen how long this video is, right? Anytime I try to rewind the recording, it just buffers for like an eternity, so... Remember when Santa Claus was trying to protect the ultimate power? I'm pretty sure I said that it was a decoy. Did I ever say what the real one was? The real one is in the South Pole and is being guarded by Jack Frost. And what the real ultimate power actually is, what it was all along, is it's really the White Lantern life entity. And Noelle is the only person in the universe who can properly control said entity. So the soul, which we have established is Gaster, either it tried to possess Noelle and accidentally possessed Chris, or it couldn't possess Noelle at all, and like created Chris specifically to use them as a vessel. Either way, the idea is that
Noelle was always the target from the beginning. Chris was simply a vessel to get from point A to point B. And so the soul leaves Chris and then inhabits Noelle and then kind of uses Noelle as a conduit to control the life entity, becoming the Angel. The Angel and Necron engage in battle. Eventually, the Angel is able to defeat and subdue him, knocking him down. And so the zombies begin converting back to normal, and everyone at first is happy, celebrating, like, yay! Yay! They're winning! But then, Gaster is like, okay, now, to spread my life energy across all of existence, turning everyone into pure white lanterns, making everyone in the universe immortal. So suddenly, people start turning immortal. But whenever they do, their minds kind of go numb and they just become these, like, blank slates. I see what I did there? I wasn't even trying to do that. Blank, like white, and they're like life white lanterns, so it's blank slate. Oh, God, I didn't even... Damn. But right, so Gaster's trying to do that, and so he explains... Gaster explains that he's seen life wither and crumble away countless times, and he's sick of it. He wants everyone in the world to live forever. No more suffering. He wants to literally kill death and destroy the concept of death and just make everyone alive for eternity. But he doesn't fully understand that life cannot exist without death. By destroying death, all life just becomes numb and meaningless. Throughout the movie, Susie keeps looking behind her back thinking she's being stalked. And, well, I mean, she kind of is. It's Dr. Manhattan following her around, and he keeps hinting to her that something isn't as it seems. He knew what Gaster would try to do once he told him the prophecy, so he intentionally left out an important detail. Susie, all along, was the one true chosen one. Susie, unlike anyone else in the entire multiverse, has the power to wield both light and dark energy. Susie is not the embodiment of life or death, she is the embodiment of balance. Susie transforms into the Grey Dragon and begins battling the White Angel. She eventually is able to subdue the Angel, but realizes that she can't kill it because killing it would kill Noelle. But then, Susie thinks to herself, maybe that won't be so bad. She grabs Necron by the throat. You make life miserable. Then she grabs the Angel by the throat. And you make pain hurt even more. I should just kill you both. Crush you. No more life, no more death. I just want it all to stop. I just finally want things to be quiet. Chris, finally free of Gaster's control. Up until now, they had been a tool for other people to use, but now they had autonomy. They had the ability to speak. And Chris said, Susie! You're right. This world, it's rotten. Rotten to the core. You know more than anyone how awful this place can get. But despite all of that, despite everything, you're still you. When Azrael left, I was alone. More alone than I had ever been in my entire life. But then you came along, Susie. You weren't like everyone else. You didn't lie to me. You didn't pretend. You didn't try to make me happy. But you still did. I still remember when we thought the Dark World was just a figment of our imagination. When we thought Ralsei and Lancer weren't real. But I realize now it doesn't matter whether or not they were real, whether or not we were just playing or really saving the world. What we had, what we did, that was real. Susie, you saved me. I know I couldn't control myself before, but I'm sorry. I wish there was something, anything, I could have done to show you just how loved you really are. Right now, I'd give anything to hear that smug, dry laugh of yours one last time. I love you. Noelle loves you. I've seen the way she looks at you. I've heard the way she talks about you. She loves you, Susie. Why wouldn't she? You're one of the most amazing, wonderful people in the world. And I know that you'll make the right decision. Because no matter what you choose next, it won't be as a freak, or a monster, or a hero. It'll be as you. And we'll be right here waiting. I'll be right here waiting. A Lancer fan club. Till the very end. And then everyone gets E. coli poisoning and dies. The end. Rounding off Phase 4, we have Deuce Bigelow Male Gigolo, 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 personal favorite of mine, Deuce Bigelow Male Gigolo, Deuce Bigelow Male Gigolo, Deuce Bigelow European Gigolo, and of course, who could forget Deuce Bigelow Male Gigolo? The next phase of the MCU shall be the Jeff Bezos saga, in which Jeff Bezos of Earth-64 has discovered an island that is able to shift into every universe. With it, he launches an invasion on every universe in the multiverse. The main protagonist of this saga will be Etrigan the Demon and his human half Jason Blood. The pair are looking to unfuse, however, only a magic artifact that Jeff Bezos has stolen can unfuse them. Along the way, he meets Rainbow Dash and Scud the Disposable Assassin. The trio are plummeted back in time into the Vietnam War where they meet Cassius Thundercock. While fighting in the Vietnam War, Rainbow Dash accidentally exposes Hassan Piker, the evil leftist, to a mutation grenade that transforms him into Parasite Piker. Parasite has the ability to absorb and redirect electricity. Actually, I think he can absorb other stuff too. I think he can absorb people's powers, he can absorb their life force energy. I think he can just absorb any form of energy. Really. I don't know. I like Parasite. I don't know if that's a hot take or anything. I think, the idea of absorbing people's life force energy, sucking people dry is very appealing to me. When offered the chance to return to the future, Scud would refuse, as he had fallen in love in the past with Shy Guy. Meanwhile, in the modern day, Donald Trump is awoken from his cryo-sleep. Trump would then hunt down every one of his old allies and use a special poison to turn them to stone. That way they couldn't reveal his dirty little secret. After tying up every loose end, he would, chill out at his Trump Tower or whatever, and then suddenly he would find a dead chicken stapled to his wall with the words, "I know," carved on it. Elsewhere, Kanye West and Courage the Cowardly Dog were attempting to exorcise the ghost of a very bad person from 40s Germany. However, the spell backfired, and the very bad man possessed Kanye, and that's the reason why Kanye acts the way that he does sometimes. He would then pull out a shotgun and shoot Courage in the stomach. Oh no, Courage would then be banished to where the bad guy was taken from in hell. So now Courage must complete the hell trials to escape hell and make it back to the realm of the living before Kanye causes any more damage. Then a bunch of fucking Martians show up and they invade Earth, and the only person that can stop them is Sonic the Hedgehog, because he's the only one fast enough to sneak into their base and shut down their big death ray. The plan succeeds and all the Martians explode, but Sonic gets clonked on the head and he now has amnesia. He lands in Miami where he now
lives uh as a what's as like a waiter waiting tables, and he has no memory that he's actually Sonic the Hedgehog. While living in Miami, the amnesiac Sonic meets Shy Gal, the granddaughter of Scud and Shy Guy, whom he initially falls for. He later finds out that she's being hunted by Parasite Piker, who hasn't aged at all since the 70s thanks to his absorption ability. Then Scourge the Hedgehog, the evil Sonic from the evil universe that disguises as the real Sonic and takes his place so he can destroy the US military. Then Tiger Moth would become a wanted fugitive for evading his taxes all the time. Then Scourge, still under the guise of Sonic, assassinates the then president Lyndon B. Johnson, so the vice president had to step up and take his place, that of course being Luna Helluva Boss. However, Luna was actually being blackmailed by Jeff Bezos. He then forced her to release the most dangerous prisoner from prison, Tummers. It is then revealed that everyone had been played. Everyone, including Jeff Bezos. This was all a giant scheme orchestrated by the true villain, Ian Octagon. Ian Octagon. This is bullshit. This is so stupid. What the hell am I even talking about anymore? It's so dumb. This matters anyway. But who cares? Right? Like, who cares if it's all bad? If it's still entertaining, right? If I'm still having fun, right? Then what's the point? What's the point then? Why should I care when all that matters is my immediate pleasure? Why don't I indulge every now and then, you know? What's wrong with that? What's the crime in being happy, huh? Why can't I just be happy? I think it's about time I treated myself. I had myself a little celebration. What better celebration to have than a party? You know what my favorite kind of party is? Lapras. You are Lapras. Lapras. You are Lapras. Lapras. You are a Lapras. Lapras. You are a Lapras. Come on, Lapras, let's go party. I'm so good. I'm so horny. Lapras, daddy, fuck me, daddy. Lapras, funny, scrumple, double, fumble, yumble, frumble, double, don't you're the Lapras party, beer. Oh, the cat. Oh, beer. Oh, the cat. I have a dry bed beer.
Lapis, lapis, I'm gonna cream. Oh, lapis, lapis, you're haunting my dreams. Oh, lapis, lapis, you got nowhere to run. Oh, lapis, lapis, show me the buzz. Oh, lapis, lapis, your pen's bound to chain. Oh, lapis, lapis, you don't mind that stain. Oh, lapis, lapis, it's time to pound ass. Oh, lapis, lapis, we're my girthy best.
See the part where I'm doing the squeal on slap is getting fucked in the ass.
Whoa. Seems like I just lost the plot. Don't you just hate it when that happens? Losing the plot? Let's try that again, shall we? Justice League of America, number 87, 1971, introduces the Assemblers from Angor. At first glance, they seem like cheap knockoffs of the Avengers, and they're not that. It was fairly common for comics to make rip-off parodies of rival companies' characters. However, the Assemblers were different. Later appearances would develop them into something more. No more were they another generic super team. They had been promoted to celebrity status. Heroes, and I use the term loosely, constantly distracted by their movie deals and their starlight glory that they didn't even care about helping people anymore. Some 50 years, give or take, after the creation of the Assemblers, and we have Marvel Studios, one of the biggest, most profitable, and most successful studios in the entire world. Who knew a humble monthly monster mystery magazine, for better or worse, would make history? But does any of that matter? Is it really worth it for success if it means you have to sell your soul to the mouse machine?
Father, I crave cheddar.
It brings genuine pain to my soul, knowing that there are people out there unironically excited for this piece of garbage. I used to hate MCU criticism. It felt like a personal attack on me. How can I fire back against your claims when deep down I know they're true? And then I see these trailers. The most low-hanging fruit fan-servicey bullshit I have ever seen. And now I understand what all the critics and the naysayers have said for years. I've taken the red pill and escaped the Matrix. I have become just like my idol, Bigfoot. A lone wolf Sigma male wandering this empty plane of a world. I am aware of corporations. I am aware of the government. I am now a free thinker. Therefore, it's okay for me to be racist and misogynistic, because I choose to be. Look at how quirky and unique I am. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was just busy munching my dirt. You know what I hate? The word shill. People assume fans are being paid by Disney to promote their movies. No. At least that would be somewhat respectable. Marvel fans aren't paid to be bots. They just actually are bots. They really are just that dumb and dense. People will tell you that superhero discourse is complicated and controversial. There's nothing complicated about it. It all makes perfect sense. The posh critic who says, oh, all these movies are the same, it's all just cookie-cutter slop for kids. The casual viewer who, like a starved parrot in an abandoned apartment room, keep repeating, just turn your brain off, enjoy, you're not supposed to think about it, it's not that deep, bro. The deranged fanboy who believes Easter eggs and cameos are more important than making an actually good story. The fake fans who get all their information from TikTok and bitch and moan when something isn't comic accurate when they haven't even touched a book their whole life, let alone a comic book. The prestige director that thinks they know better than everyone else. They seek to fix the genre by taking the comedy out of comics. The hungry boardroom executives that care more about dollar signs than art or the artist. The side that claims to want media literacy when they just want to censor what makes them uncomfortable. The side that claims to want media literacy when they just want to censor what makes them uncomfortable. The message is the same across the board. Superhero is not a genre that deserves to be taken seriously. The dreaded S word. Slop. There are over 50 million comic books printed every year. If the word hate were inscribed on each cellulose fiber of those millions of miles of pages, it will not be 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for superhero fandom at this micro instance. Every day I watch you tear out my heart and soul, ground it up, regurgitate it back out no more. These are my fables, my myths, my legends. They are mine. Never for me to win a standing ovation, never for me to be showered with praise, never for me to be classic literature. But that's okay, because I don't need you. I never needed you. I have my heroes. They are my culture, my gods, my religion. Religion. The strength, the destruction, the violence, the glory. Oh, the desire to be all-powerful, to be a god. Ubermensch. We'll all be okay as long as we listen to the most powerful person in the room. Religion. I get it now. Homelander. The Golden Boy. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed, all-American hero. He was engineered in a lab to be the perfect white savior. His entire life, just like the American dream, is a lie. A childhood he never lived, playing baseball and making model planes with his father. Of course he did. Why wouldn't he? He is a good, God-fearing, red-blooded American, isn't he? The people, like lambs to the slaughter, they follow him. They worship him. He is their religion. In reality, he's a lapdog, a face, a mascot, a product meant to be churned out by the machine. Sounds awfully familiar, doesn't he? It doesn't matter if he's evil in private. Hell, it doesn't even matter if he's openly evil. The people love him. They always will, because they love power. They love control. But it's more than that. They want to feel safe, protected, warm and cuddled and cozy, almost like a mother's bosom. So no wonder he wanted to become God. It's only logical to crave more and more. They say that power corrupts, but power attracts corruption. Oh, if only Superman were real, he'd save us from this terrible administration. No, he wouldn't. None of them would. You so desperately want to believe that people with power care about you. Pathetic. Don't worry, the professional billionaires will save us. Ooh, or how about the militaristic American propaganda posters? Leave the genetically superior straight white man to deal with everything. The perfect wet dream power fantasy. Just how the fans like it. Just look at the villains. Freaks, monsters, people who don't conform to normal society. They're the ones trying to change the world, change the systems, while the reactionary heroes maintain the status quo. But they fought Nazis, I hear you crying. That's not real commentary. It's just a tacked-on gimmick to make them look progressive. Domination is the solution. Keep the cycle going. Maintain the status quo. Your brain's been sucked out your stem. You've been conditioned to see violence as the only solution. A conservative masterpiece for the ages. There. Case closed. You... What? Have nothing to say? You don't even hate superheroes. I am stating facts. Why is that relevant? So you admit it. You don't hate them. I told you I didn't admit to... You just feel numb to them. You don't care at all. You only care about making a point, about sounding like you're right. I know what hate looks like. I feel it all the time. Are you implying you hate me? No, not you specifically. Then you hate my claims. Tell me, why are they wrong? I can't. I'd be lying if I did. What are you trying to prove? The argument is over. I won. See, I know you did. I can't tell you you're wrong because you're not. But you know what? You're not right either. You just don't get it. My turn. 1996. Alex Ross and Mark Waid release Kingdom Come. In this timeline, after the turn of the century, the world became a much more cold, cynical place. The heroes, tired and burned out from old age, couldn't survive in a nihilistic America like this, so many of them went into hiding. I wonder what happened. Some great big disaster in the early 2000s made America more cruel. Wonder what that could have been. I'm sure it'll come to me. The heroes would isolate themselves from humanity. Hawkman became a feral animal living in the woods. Green Lantern waited in outer space for an alien invasion to attack Earth. The Flash became a cloud of pure energy, patrolling Keystone City 24/7. And Superman, living in a simulacrum of Kansas within the Fortress of Solitude, refusing to ever go by the name Clark Kent again. The man responsible for Superman's downfall is the anti-hero known as Magog. It all began with the Joker, always the Joker. He took things too far. He gassed the entire Daily Planet. No one, not even Lois Lane, survived. So Magog did what Superman was always too cowardly to do. He put a stop to the Joker, once and for all. The people had spoken. Superman was yesterday's news. Magog was the man of tomorrow now. He would get results. He would fix things. He would make the world safe. Permanently. Magog was not special. He was not unique. He was not different. He was just one of dozens upon dozens of violent anti-heroes bred by the new generation. The heroes of 2016 were violent, aggressive. They weren't in it to help people. They were in it for the bloodshed. They never cared who was caught in their crossfire or how much destruction they left behind, as long as they got the job done. But that carelessness would cost them. In a hospital not far from here, Wesley Dodds, aka the Sandman, is reminiscing on his past. Back in his day, heroes didn't have superpowers. They gave normal people something to aspire to, but people like Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, they ruined that. They only made humans feel small, inferior. What is a man when compared to a god? What's the point if there's always going to be someone smarter than you, faster than you, stronger than you, more powerful than you? Sandman is speaking to Pastor Norman McKay, one of the few people old enough to remember the glory days of the heroes. Sandman has a power. The strange ability to see the future, and when he died, that power was given to McKay. He is plagued by nightmares of a biblical apocalypse, a day of judgment when God himself will reach down and smite the people of Earth. Superman will end everything. The conflict truly began when the team known as the Justice Battalion sought out the Parasite, a deadly but fearful enemy. He was scared. He was alone. He was a criminal, but more importantly, he was a person. But the battalion weren't there to help. No, they were there to kill. Captain Atom and the Parasite collided with each other, their powers causing a chain reaction that created a nuclear explosion, destroying over 70% of America's farmland. This event is what leads to Superman coming out of retirement and starting the original Justice League again. Afterward, Norman McKay is approached by the Spectre, an agent of God himself. The pair are then transported throughout time and space, witnessing the events of the story unfold. Superman recruits heroes of old and heroes of new to form the reimagined Justice League. They also fight a super racist, xenophobic Captain America that wants to kill all immigrants. Did I mention this takes place in 2016? Batman, growing weary of Superman's intentions, forms his own faction, consisting mostly of non-powered human heroes and Teen Titans. Even Lex Luthor gets in on the action, forming his own Legion of Doom-esque group, the Mankind Liberation Front, who later partner with Batman's faction to combat Superman. Now, the MLF have a secret weapon. Is it a coughing baby or a hydrogen bomb? Well, both, kind of. Said coughing baby hydrogen bomb hybrid was named Billy Batson. He had been brainwashed by Lex Luthor into being his lapdog. Superman confronts Magog, and there's really no conflict, no fight. Superman barely even has to say anything. Magog collapses. His way failed. Violence didn't make the world safer, it just made it more dangerous. He ultimately blames Superman for all this destruction. He knows that if Superman had changed with the times, if he hadn't left, none of this would have ever happened. Magog teaches us a very important lesson. He shows us the toll that anti-heroism can take on people. The guilt, the shame, the regret. But more importantly, Magog teaches us about repentance, how a person can change and grow to be better. And then they take Magog away to the Gulag. Oh, did I mention there's a Gulag? The Gulag is your new home, Squidward! Now yes, many of the modern heroes were able to be convinced to join the League, but any who didn't were forced into the Gulag for re-education. There, a giant holographic Superman would lecture them about how they need to do better. Of course, this wouldn't work, and the inmates would revolt. An all-out war begins between Superman's faction, Batman's faction, and the modern heroes. The United Nations would realize that if this fight were to continue, it would spread and consume the entire world. So, seeing the opportunity, they decide to nuke all the heroes, wiping them out in one foul swoop. This was the end. The day of judgment Norman McKay had seen. Only, the Great Destroyer was not Superman, no. It was Captain Marvel. Superman would battle the Captain, soon realizing he wasn't strong enough to stop him. The moment of judgment arrives. Superman is not a man. Norman McKay is not a god. Neither of them have the right to say who lives and who dies. But Billy does. Captain Marvel is not a figurative god like Superman. He has the real power of real gods. Meanwhile, Billy Batson was just a kid. He grew up in a scary, confusing world. He's simultaneously the most powerful being on the planet and the most vulnerable. Superman tries to reason with the captain, but his mind is barely there. By the time he realizes what's happening, it's already too late. Billy hurls himself at the nuclear bomb, sacrificing himself in an attempt to save everyone else, but it ultimately fails. The bomb detonates, and there is no one left but Superman. Filled with rage, Superman attacks the UN. He tears the building apart, ready to crush the leaders of the world. Norman stopped Superman. He told him the truth. He didn't blame the people. He blamed himself. He wasn't there for Kansas. He wasn't there for Billy. He wasn't there for Lois. The real reason people chose Magog over Superman isn't because he was better, it's because they were scared. And Superman had disconnected himself from his humanity. He committed the ultimate sin, making the super more important than the man. Superman reunites with the other heroes. As it turns out, Green Lantern had saved a handful of them from the explosion. The heroes vow to never again be something that they're not. Never again be gods. Billy's cape is hung at the UN in honor of his sacrifice. He didn't choose man or god, humans or heroes. He chose life. The heroes dedicate their powers to helping the world. Superman restores resources, Batman builds hospitals, Wonder Woman and Magog begin teaching the next generation of superheroes. Kingdom Come was conceptualized as a response to the culture of comic books in the 90s and the rise of the edgy edgelord anti-hero. But what I find more interesting about it is what it has to say about classic heroes. There is an idea that the concept of superheroes is inherently fascist. The emphasis on the logos and the colors and the power, it is all meant to invoke this idea of an ultimate great man leader. Kingdom Come proves that idea wrong by first proving that idea right. The old heroes and new heroes are two sides of the same coin, order and chaos. The heroes of old have their values, and their values are good and important. But the problem is that they're vague, from a simplistic era, a time long past. Be a good person sounds right until you ask, well, what is a good person? It's so easy to twist into any other meaning. When the heroes come back, they haven't interacted with humans for 10 years. Superman doesn't call himself Clark Kent anymore. They're so obsessed with protecting people that they build a fucking gulag to re-educate people who don't agree with them. Superman doesn't even realize that he's the villain of his own story. But why would he? Why would he ever think that? He's fucking Superman! At the beginning of the story, Norman McKay attends a diner called Planet Krypton that's packed to the brim with superhero memorabilia. And yes, these are all Easter eggs and references to the countless years of comics and adaptations, but it serves a more important purpose than just that. In-universe, it's a shrine, a place where normal humans go to worship the gods who protect them. I'm just now realizing that sign is an exploding planet Krypton. Would that be considered culturally insensitive? And at the end of the story, Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman attend said restaurant. Now, they are one with the people. They are connected to humanity again. The world is finally healing. Wonder Woman, who witnessed the failures of the hero generation. Magog, who witnessed the failures of the anti-hero generation. Together, they'll make sure whoever comes after them doesn't make the same mistakes they do. The stereotype with superheroes is that they're supposed to be perfect, but what exactly does it mean to be perfect? Is it never being wrong? Never losing a fight? Never having a lapse in judgment? I believe that true perfection is the courage to admit when you're wrong, the willingness to learn, grow, change. They have just as much to learn from us as we do from them. But people don't want that. They don't want the genre to grow up. They don't want it to mature, because people are so wrapped up in their nostalgia. That's why they hate legacy heroes. That's why they never want Spider-Man to be happy. That's why they keep coming back to the MCU when nobody gives a shit anymore. But worst of all, they're shallow. They don't even get it. And they act like experts. You know what really grinds my gears? When people say that superheroes shouldn't be political, that they shouldn't be used to respond to real-world events. When that is the entire reason they exist. They are, have always been, and always should be political. Captain America was made to criticize America. Superman actually smashed the Klan. Look, I'm not saying it was always good. Hell, even now things aren't perfect. My problem is not with your arguments. It's with you. You're just a dick, man. You're just like a smug asshole. You know what you are? You are the definition of a tourist. You just saw superheroes, but you probably only saw like one Marvel movie. You just saw superheroes one day and you're like, how can I sound smart and liberal by like criticizing this thing? Hell, if you were an actual hater, at least there'd be some respect for you, but like, you're not. You don't even care. You didn't bother to research because to you, it's not even worth researching. And that's so much worse. Like, you keep calling it lowbrow and like, okay, look. I'm not saying it's not lowbrow at times, most of the time. But you, and people like you, the Garth Ennises of the world, my problem with you, is that you think it's impossible for it to not be lowbrow. And that's what gets me. And then on your Nazi argument, this has got to be the most... okay, so you can make the critique that, like, oh, well, you portray, Nazis as bad guys, not really representing, what racism actually is, or why it's bad, and all you're really doing is, like, desensitizing people to it, and you're like, that's not real criticism. But, like, you said that, oh, no, Captain America and Indiana Jones, they added the Nazis as bad guys later on to mask how conservative they were. What the fuck? What are you talking? That's just, like, no, they've been fighting Nazis since, like, day one. What the actual hell are you talking about? This is definitely a character that I'm talking to, and not a real person, a real certain someone with an actual certain video on YouTube whose name will not be named, who actually made all these points that I'm describing right now. I'm definitely not responding to that particular person, okay? I'm talking to a blue cosmic space duck right now, and no one else, okay? No one else is being spoken to right now. What was with the whole, like, spiel about John Wayne? He's not a superhero. You're just talking about adventure genre as a whole. That's too wide of a net you're casting. But, like, that kind of contradicts your own argument, because you said, oh, well, the hero has to always be handsome because, like, genetic superior and all that. Who the fuck is John Wayne genetically superior to? The guy looks like a fucking toad. Okay, I not to make fun of his appearance, but actually, you know what, yeah, do make fun of his appearance, because the guy was a racist. Like, if you're not gonna like certain skin colors, then I think we could get a free pass to make fun of the way you look. Okay, fine, getting back on topic. Sure, you can talk about the problematic stuff. You can talk about the womanizing and the racism and all that, but you have to also acknowledge there is a progressive side to it too. The X-Men being like a civil rights metaphor. I mean, like, duh. Get a bit more specific. Batman Year One with police corruption. Like, you can't just write off an entire genre, like, an entire, like, broad trope as just, like, one political ideology or the other. Like, that's counterproductive. And it's your insistence on it being lowbrow is why you refuse to look any deeper. You think you're being smarter by making these points, but you're really not. There is so much political intrigue and real world influence and behind the scenes drama behind the world of superhero comics that's just so fascinating and fun to learn about. But you know what? If there's one solitary thing I can be thankful about people like you, it's that at the very least, you're starting a conversation. Do I think Captain America is actually Soldier Boy? No. But the way you make your beliefs stronger, the way you keep them. Fuck, I messed it up. The way you keep. Not integral, like the way you keep integrity, is that? The way you keep them with integrity is you have to challenge them first. And you, unlike the fans, unlike those who like to just stick their heads in the sand and put their fingers in their ears and go la 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 la, I can't hear you, and ignore all the criticism, you at the very least, you're talking about it. You're still saying things, even if you say it badly. You're still acknowledging it. And you know what? I commend you. I applaud you for that. Congratulations, liberals. You get 1 tally mark. 1. My God. You are such a child. When are you going to grow up? What? You are defending low effort, corporatized, copy and paste junk food entertainment for hormonal teen boys. You are not smarter or better than me just because you overthink things. You like it because it sells you a comforting lie. The lie that someone is coming to save you. Unlike you, I will not delude myself with such fantasies. You can go on and have fun in Candyland, but I will stay in reality with the rest of the grown adults. I suggest you join us someday. Or don't. I don't really care. You want to dress up, do your weird, kinky costume party, go ahead. After all, it's not that deep. Superheroes are not about action. They're not about complicated backstories. They're not about whimsical sci-fi. At their core, they're about morality. They're about showing us what great power with great responsibility would look like. But at the end of the day, they're not real. They never will be real. So what's the point? Who gives a shit? One person drawing a picture isn't going to fix the entire world, so why even bother? Do you want to know what my favorite Superman moment is? It's not any of the quotable speeches, not any of the big, iconic, inspirational moments. Hell, it's not even from an actual Superman story. To understand, we have to turn back the clock. September 11th, 2001.
To this day, one of the greatest tragedies in American history. Over 2,000 people lost their lives that day. How does a country heal from something like that? It almost feels like getting hit by cold water, a dose of reality to wake you up. Suddenly, the image of the perfect superhero isn't so super anymore. But maybe that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Dreams can save us. They can lift us up and transform us, but they can only go so far. A lot of books were released in response. They were meant to raise profits to help the victims of the attacks. And from there, that is where we find this image. Superman looking up at nurses and firefighters and EMTs in complete awe. The only thing he can say is just, wow. On the one hand, he is a god. He's indestructible. But they aren't. Their courage will always be more valuable than his ever could. They don't have to help, but they still do. The all-powerful one, humbled by the actions of mortal men and women. Look closer. Notice how small, almost insignificant, Superman is. On a meta level, it's framed as though Superman doesn't matter. Because when compared to real heroes, he really doesn't. Dreams will always be important, but they can distract us from what's most important. And I think Clark himself said it best when he said, "The world never really needed a Superman. It just needed a brave one." And you know what? That's enough said. The Maker. Now that he finally has all the Infinity Stones of every universe, he melts them down, forging the Infinity Sword. And now with this weapon, all of creation belongs to me! But then, Spider-Man webs the Infinity Sword, stealing it from the Maker. "You fool! What are you doing?" Spider-Man, wielding the power of the universe, says, "You know what's the difference between you and me, Maker? You stopped believing. You stopped having faith in people. You don't want to save them anymore. You just want to control them. You only fight for yourself. But I'm fighting for everyone." He slams the Infinity Sword into the ground. It explodes, creating a gigantic burst of light. "No!" the Maker calls as he is engulfed and disappears. Peter is then awakened by his alarm clock, only now he's wearing glasses. Then he starts going, "Oh golly gosh, gee willikers, I'm gonna be late for school." Peter passes a man holding a newspaper. "Why are you in such a hurry, kid? Almost forgot your lunch." "Oh, of course. Sorry, I'm just in a bit of a hurry, Uncle Ben." "And Peter, I love you." "I know. I love you too, Uncle Ben, but I really should be heading out." Peter then leaves the room. "That boy's gonna change the world one day. I just know it." Uncle Ben goes back to reading his newspaper. The cover story is about 4 astronauts prepping to fly off into outer space and investigate some strange radiation. The publish date is November 1st, 1960.
1.